I invite the member for Kelowna Mission to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
A prayer for Christmas. Holy God, this season we celebrate your arrival on earth. You came as light in a dark world and time. You came to bring peace to a world in war. You came to bring hope to those that had none left. You came to bring joy to all who are mourning, and you came to bring love and to ensure that love always would win. Thank you, God, for all that you came to bring, and thank you for your presence today that still brings light, joy, peace, hope, and love to all. Amen.
Introduction by members. Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the House today, we have the representatives from the BC Teachers Federation. We have Clint Johnston, the President. We have Carol Gordon, Amy Smart, Anna Chudnovsky, Sam Esmucha, Marilyn Kerr, Merzwan Brown, Jeanine Foster, Lisa Hager, and Katie Keys. Would the House please make them feel very welcome?
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome back today Her Worship Brenda Locke, the Mayor of Surrey, who joins us here on the floor as a former member of this Legislative Assembly. Her Worship served as a member of the government from 2001 to 2005 and was the Minister of State for Mental Health and Addiction. During her service to the province, she brought Simon Fraser University to Surrey. She helped bring the BCRCP headquarters to its home in Green Timbers area of Surrey. And just this past weekend, she lit Surrey's gorgeous Christmas tree, which is the biggest Christmas tree in all of British Columbia, in front of a crowd of over 30,000 residents, and opened the Surrey Holiday Market. Only a few weeks ago, she successfully raised over $500,000 for the Surrey Firefighters Charitable Society at the Mayor's Evening of Giving Gala. Mayor Locke is joined by her colleagues who are up in the gallery, Councillor Pardeep Cooner, Christy Warwick, and Harry Cooner, who are our senior advisors. Will the House please join me once again in making them all feel very welcome?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And I too want to welcome the Mayor. We had an opportunity to meet yesterday to talk about housing and certainly know that she has been a strong advocate to ensure that we get affordable housing built for the most vulnerable people in Surrey. And I really appreciate that effort that she puts into that. And we have some exciting things that we're going to work together on. I also know, Honourable Speaker, in the gallery today, I have Kay Albana, Katie McGorty, Jill Dickay, Deborah Elderhorst, and then Clay Sadeby, Tasha Scullin, Liam Butler, Travis Patterson, and Aaliyah Barty, who are part of the communications team that's been doing a lot of work around housing, and I want to welcome them and thank them for all the work that they've been doing.
Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, a constituent of mine, Cleo Philp. They're a UVic student and the Director of Campaigns and Community Relations at the University of Victoria Student Society. We had a chance to meet a couple of weeks ago as well when the Student Society was here doing some advocacy. Will the House please help me make her feel very welcome?
Minister of Health.
Speaker, during lunch, members on both sides of the House met with representatives of the Canadian Cancer Survivors Network. We heard significant briefings on both breast cancer screening and colorectal cancer screening, and want to especially acknowledge Michelle de Tomaso, who's a constituent of mine and was very much involved in the changes that were made to ensure the notification of people around the results of dense breasts in breast cancer screening. And I wanted to acknowledge that, all of their work and their presentations today, and thank members on both sides of the House for participating.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm joined here today. I have some relatives that haven't been before, and it's their first time, and two of them are two of my four siblings. And so my sister Elizabeth Laird is here, as well as my brother Anthony Millibar. I will just say they're much older than I am. I'll leave it at that. As only a younger brother can say, seeing as I'm the youngest of the five. But we're also joined here today with my mother, Marianne Millibar. Will the House please make them all feel welcome?
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On the precinct, and they will be joining us in the gallery, are 3 groups of students from Shawnigan Lake School here with their teachers. I had the delight of being able to chat with them at the entrance, and they are engaging in their own model parliament, so let's be model parliamentarians for the students of Shawnigan Lake School today. Also, Honourable Speaker, I see there are 3 members of North Cowichan Council in the gallery today. Bruce Finley, Tech Manas, and Mike Caljow, welcome as well. Thank you very much.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me a great deal of pleasure today to introduce my mum number 2. Not my real mum, but she's actually the mum of the member from Shuswap, who happens to be my roommate. But whenever Marianne comes, I get banana bread, all sorts of different cookies and strudel and meatloaf. So it's truly something that's really important to me as far as my diet goes. And she's just an amazing human being. Today we can actually see her up there. So if the House would welcome her, it would be appreciated.
Member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add my welcome to members of the BCTF. They've all had their name read into the record, but I do want to say it's always a great day when we have teachers right here in the legislature. So welcome to this wonderful house, and I'm sure you will all welcome the BCTF as they enjoy the very rich conversations they're going to be having with each and every one of us. I also want to take this opportunity as I'm up to welcome Rob Constanzo, the new city manager for the city of Surrey, the best city in the country. Christy Warwick, who is a personal advisor to our mayor, Brenda Locke, who is joining us today as well. Harry Kunna, the intergovernmental advisor, and another city councillor who has joined us today is Pradeep Kunna. Please help me make them feel welcome into this house.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a great day in my family. It is my father's birthday, and this week he is also celebrating his retirement. He would give me a really hard time if I didn't correct the record. When I introduced him last, I introduced him as a man to look up to, a man who's 6'2". He's 6'4". I hope that Hansard can correct this for posterity. I wish the House could join with me in wishing him a happy birthday and a happy retirement.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge the important event that happened at the front of the legislature today. And I just wanted to take a moment to raise my hands to you, Mr. Speaker, for the important and powerful words that you shared on behalf of this Legislative Assembly, on the effort that you have undertaken with respect to the journey of reconciliation that this institution necessarily needs to be on and that we need to remain committed to. I just want to raise my hands in gratitude as a person who is from the Senchothan speaking lands to the north of here, the Saitnich people, the Chotlet village. I come from a very proud family, and I come from a family that has lots of connections to these lands down here, but I still feel a stranger and a visitor in these lands, the Lekwungen speaking lands. And I think, Mr. Speaker, your act of putting those words in front, bringing our families here from both the Lekwungen speaking villages, the Lekwungen speaking people here, and ensuring that inscribed in front of this legislature are important messages that have been shared with us. The work done by Dr. Elmer George and the Thomas family and many, many others, Mr. Speaker. It's important that I think all members of this place understand what those words are. We thank our warriors starting on the east and moving west. The first inscription, we thank our warriors that go to war. The second inscription, we hold gratitude and respect for those who do not come back. The third, they gave our lives for us. The fourth, thank you, ancestors, Haisqua, Self-Wayne. It's good that you settlers are one together with the Lekwungen people is the next one. Working together as one, our children will become strong. And finally, we all love the children. Every child matters. From a person that comes from the Satanich territory and visits this institution every day to do my work, I raise my hands in gratitude on behalf of our families as being a witness to that event today. And thank you for the leadership you're showing with this precinct, Mr. Speaker. Haisqua CM. And when I say CM, I mean CM in the way that we use that word. We hold you up, Haisqua CM.
Thank you. Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to join the leader of the House Leader of the Third Party to also recognize your leadership and the leadership of the Clerk of the Legislative Assembly and her team for working with Dr. Elmer George as an elder of the Songhees Nation, as well as the other representatives of the Songhees and Esquimalt nations this morning. It was a remarkable commemoration and unveiling ceremony that we were joined by the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, the member from Vancouver Mount Pleasant, the member from Skeena, myself and the House Leader, and other witnesses and members of this Legislative Assembly, including the Premier, who joined us for this remarkable ceremony. And I know that in recognizing the voice and the space that the Speaker continues to want to improve for the Legislative Assembly for Indigenous peoples and First Nations, the recognition on the pictorials in our precinct, and now what it is in front of our Legislative Assembly building. How emotional this moment was this morning, particularly for the House Leader of the Third Party, as he just spoke to. And I know that every time that we hear the member from Skeena, the former member from Vancouver Mount Pleasant, the new member from Vancouver Mount Pleasant, the House Leader for the Third Party, and others speak in this House, the importance of that voice. And Mr. Speaker, you are creating the space for greater recognition, respect, and honor for our province. And we all, as members of this Legislative Assembly, owe you a debt of gratitude for your leadership in doing so. And in this space, in our words, as we see and hear from Elder Butch Dick and Elder Shirley Alphonse and others on occasion on the floor of this Legislative Assembly, that the words and the land acknowledgements do matter. But now, thanks to your leadership on the front of this precinct, for the visitors to this precinct, community members who share the space, the site of the traditional territory for the Lekwungen peoples, the former village site, that there's recognition of the Lekwungen language. And as we spoke to Elder Marianne Thomas, for example, and her daughter, the meaning of passing on the importance of the Lekwungen language. And so I join with the leader of the House Leader of the Third Party to thank you for your leadership, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the continued work that you're doing with your Special Advisory Committee, the work that I know you're bringing back to this House, and other recommendations and other steps to be taken for reconciliation for the Legislative Assembly with the Indigenous peoples and First Nations of our province. Thank you again.
Member for Vancouver Mount Pleasant.
Yes, thank you. Waiisquist Aimshin. That's my traditional name. I want to thank the Esquimalt and Songhees people for the opportunity to do the work that took place this morning. I was totally honored and It was very emotional. The significance of this is just amazing because it was an all-party event. You know, there's something we can all agree on. Yay. But it tells everyone where we are. Just all those words there. It speaks to the past, it speaks to the present, and it speaks to the future. So I was just honored to be there, and I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for spearheading. I know this took some time, years to organize, and so I hold my hands up to you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just I saw that the students from Shawnigan Lake School came in. If we could all make them feel most welcome.
Thank you, members, to the three MLAs who spoke, expressed their comments in the House. I really appreciate. It's a teamwork. It's not just me. We all work together to achieve that goal. I also want to express my appreciation to all members who attended the Lekwungen Welcome signage unveiling ceremony this morning. All four parties, they were there. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. In addition to the invaluable guidance and support from Songhees and the Esquimalt chiefs and elders, this multi-year project has guided and supported by many Legislative Assembly staff. I ask the House to join me in expressing our appreciation to the Legislative Assembly staff who went above and beyond in planning, coordinating, and helping me host this special event. And they are Karen Aiken, Adriana Ayers, Emma Curtis, Kai Dong, David Nichols, Daniel Sretsky, Nathan Walsh, and from the Precinct Services, Russell Baker, Surjit Anota, Jesse Shpanovsky, Darren Soper, from the Hansard Service, Mike Banniger, Simon Delat, Dwight Schmidt, and from the Office of the Clerk, Nicole Benetiu, Zana Khan, and from the Office of the Speaker, Tabitha Bernard, Karen Armstrong, Sacha Dani, and from the Parliamentary Dining Room, Tracy Sparks, Karen Young, and Office of the Sergeant-at-Arms, Pam Bolton, Todd Bryant, Mary Jose Mayo, and Chris Swain. So my sincere appreciation and thank you for all the participation, because as I said, it's a team. We are a team all together on this journey. We have to paddle together to reach that goal. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I move that bill entitled Lunar New Year Act, of which notice has been given in my name on order paper, be introduced and read the first time now. The bill seeks to formally recognize and commemorate the Lunar New Year and Spring Festival celebration months within the province. The Lunar New Year, based on agricultural calendar originating in China, and can be traced back about 3,500 years ago. The Lunar New Year celebration is a time-honored tradition that symbolizes renewal, harmony, health, and prosperity. The significance of Lunar New Year extends beyond its cultural and traditional aspects, revealing a deep human need for agricultural success, family connection, and social collaboration that embraces multiculturalism, built upon all people's desire for harmony, health, prosperity, and family happiness. Our province is the home of a mosaic of cultures, and the introduction of the Lunar New Year Act is a testament to our commitment to fostering inclusivity and acknowledging the vibrant cultures that shape the identity of our province. This legislation is a step toward recognizing the cultural heritage of our Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and other communities who have played a crucial role in the development and the prosperity of British Columbia.
Members, question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member?
Mr. Speaker, I move that bill be placed on orders over the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Courtney Comox.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have frontal fibrosing alopecia. It's known as FFA. It's a relatively new form of balding that was first identified about 30 years ago, and the numbers have been growing. Its cause isn't known yet. Fibrosing means scarring, and therefore it's permanent hair loss. There are many types of alopecia, including the prevalent male androgenetic alopecia, male pattern baldness. For men, hair loss is the norm, not so for women. And everyone's journey to deal with it is unique. I was on a ferry recently and a woman approached me and asked if I was undergoing chemotherapy, which she followed up immediately with her own journey with cancer. I explained that I am just bald. I was not facing the pain of chemotherapy or the fear of facing my own mortality, and it wasn't the first time or the last that I'll ever have this conversation. In fact, I had one today with Michelle de Tomaso at the Cancer Survivor Luncheon. I thank her and every one of those women who bravely and compassionately initiate these conversations. I recognize that they do so to hold me up. I never anticipated such kindness. When I took off my scarves and wigs, I was shedding my fear of exposure and the emotional pain of loss. I felt incredibly liberated and happily empowered to hold up other women and youth by showing them that they're not alone and we're okay. I've been approached by women who share their own FFA stories. It's my hope that by showing myself as I am, I'm helping others feel empowered too. I've been surprised by how many people with other differences manifested physically see themselves in my journey. We tell kids that sharing is caring, and it's true. Parents tell their children not to stare, it's impolite. I know I look different, but helping others recognize our common humanity is what I do simply by showing my alopecia. We are all okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across this province, we're always hearing of our constituents and people that have been true community builders in our city. Today, I'm going to take my 2 minutes to highlight somebody that's been a community builder in Kamloops since 1961. Now, this community builder started out with modest beginnings, actually growing up in a small mining town named Nordegg, Alberta, and worked jobs like literally the plug and switchboards for the local telephone company. Was a teacher for a short stint of time where the average class size was 40+ students in a multi-class one-room school. But then moved to Kamloops and started really invigorating our city in terms of the work that she was doing there. A founding member in 1961 of the Royal Inland Hospital Women's Auxiliary, which continues to this day doing great work for our hospital and fundraising in our community. A founding member of the Kamloops Symphony Orchestra back in the early 70s, which is a professional orchestra company still, and you can imagine back then in Kamloops saying you wanted to have a professional orchestra. In the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s, by circumstance, wound up running a hotel in Kamloops with no previous experience, and by the end of the 1980s, despite crippling interest rates, became the first female president of the BC and Yukon Hotel Association. And then, in the later years, decided that maybe joining the BC Wildlife Park Board and helping it transform itself from the Kamloops Wildlife Park back to a BC Wildlife Park with BC focus on animals would be a good place. And not done there, was also on her church's steering committee for a housing project to redevelop their church site in downtown Kamloops to provide low-income housing for people in Kamloops. Mr. Speaker, all communities have members of their community like this that help build our cities and make it stronger. I'm just very fortunate and proud to be able to say that person in this case is actually my mother, Mary Ann. So thank you.
Member for Boundaries and Milkameen.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we near the end of a year of work in these halls, I offer some words from Amanda Gorman's poem, The Hill We Climb. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always justice. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. For while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So while we once asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could we possibly prevail? How could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain, if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left with. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it.
Member for Peace River South.
As we strive to ensure we live in family-friendly communities, the importance of ensuring we do everything possible to make sure people are safe cannot be overstated. This is not just a large community issue. As small rural communities like mine are grappling with the pervasive issues of violence and open drug use, and now drive-by shootings. Safety is not a privilege. It is a fundamental right that we should all be enjoying. But violence and drugs are now infiltrating our neighborhoods. The impact of violent crime and people on our streets suffering with addictions issues create profound and long-lasting effects on our residents struggling with the negative impacts that this is creating. My communities are witnessing firsthand the impacts of what has happened with decriminalization of drugs, and when we don't address the root cause of violence and drug-related challenges. I've tried to raise awareness through the local RCMP in my region, but they frankly need more support. My citizens are frankly also fed up with this situation, with community groups like Citizens Take Action being formed because of the frustration and feeling of losing control of our communities. Citizens on Patrol has also ramped back up on our streets trying to help, but frankly, it is a sad situation when local businesses and people and concerned citizens are having to try and deal with this situation after feeling abandoned. British Columbia has the highest homicide rates of all major provinces. And in small Dawson Creek, I am told that we have 8 murders in the last 18 months, with not one person being charged or arrested. Last week, a person killed after tormenting my community was someone recently released from jail that had no reason being on our streets. Yesterday, 2 more drive-by shootings, and again this morning by an elementary school. Safe communities are the bedrock of a thriving society, and we need to be confronting these issues of violence and drugs head on. It is our collective responsibility. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver, Kensington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. November 25 is the United Nations recognized International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the start of 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, an international campaign that runs until December 10th, which is International Human Rights Day. The awareness campaign is an opportunity to reinforce work underway in BC to help end gender-based violence and support survivors. It's also a time to recognize and honor community-based service providers in their work to ensure survivors get the support and care they need. Gender-based and sexualized violence often impacts girls, women, two-spirit, transgender, non-binary, and other gender-diverse people, especially compounded by race and indigeneity, with devastating and long-lasting effects. Work underway to help end violence and support safety with a survivor-driven, trauma-informed approach includes stable grant funding for victim services, sexual assault services right across our province. Support for Indigenous-led Path Forward, community fund to support Indigenous communities to create their own culturally safe practices and approaches. Investments in transition and safe homes, second stage housing and affordable housing spaces for women leaving violence. Over the next 10 years, the Women's Transition Housing Fund will create spaces for 3,000 women. Historic investments in childcare, which create opportunities for women's economic empowerment, an important factor in addressing gender-based violence and raising the minimum wage. Support for 2S LGBTQIA+ people and all people of all sexual orientations and gender identities, including access to services and combating discrimination. More needs to be done, and that's why our government is committed to developing a gender-based violence action plan. I know everybody here in the House joins me in their commitment to end gender-based violence. It's going to require all of us working together to make our province safer for all people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to stand in this House and speak about important matters in my riding, celebrating incredible people, special occasions, and wonderful events. But today, I am speaking from my experience as an Assistant Deputy Speaker. On behalf of a treasured, often unseen, often forgotten member of this chamber, let me begin. 'Twas the night before closure when all through the house a creature was stirring. It was Henry the mouse. He's usually quite lonely. This place is quite stark, but the people are sitting, in fact, way past dark. The word is they're leaving. It's the last week they're here. Their work is completed. There is nothing to fear. Oh, but Henry has heard there's a move far as to author a bill to bring in a creature that would alter this place. It's big and it's ugly. Have you seen its face? Shaw's put all the pictures on a calendar for sale. He tweets them, he prints them, and pets them as well. It's for a good cause. That's the reason, they say. A cat. It's a cat, and they want you to pay. Henry wants to shout out as you turn out the lights. Mouse seniority is solid, and he's willing to fight. You'll hear Henry explain, you sure gave him a fright. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
That was awesome statement. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Premier and government specialized in making empty announcements that unfortunately yield terrible results. In 7 years, the NDP government has made over 500 announcements related to the housing crisis, and yet where have we ended up after 7 years? The most unaffordable housing, not just in Canada, but in North America, and the highest average rents in the entire country. Now we find that the Ministry of Finance is forecasting a drop of 4,500 housing starts next year projected, while the average price of housing is projected to increase to nearly $1 million. So my question is to the Premier. When will the Premier actually deliver results on housing affordability instead of more empty announcements?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. We have talked at great lengths in this House about many challenges that people across British Columbia are facing. We have a severe shortage of housing in British Columbia. That's why we've brought so many initiatives forward this session to ensure that we can get the housing supply we need throughout our communities. But not only by the private sector, Honourable Speaker, but we also know that in order to address the challenge, we need to make investments directly in non-market housing. We are 2 decades behind. For too long in BC, governments felt that maybe it wasn't our place to be in the housing game, and we're paying the prices for it now. Now, I appreciate the member asking the question, but they have not supported a single initiative that we've brought forward to address the housing crisis. Not a single one. In fact, they have members that believe you don't want too much supply because supply may mean that profits might not be the same, Honourable Speaker. That's the mentality we're dealing with. We're going to continue to take efforts on our side to ensure that we get the housing that people need in BC.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think we've identified the problem. The minister stands up and says that they've introduced a bunch of legislation to deal with it. Memo to the minister, it is year 7 of their government. Might be a little bit late. And not surprisingly, Mr. Speaker, we hear the minister go out and promise the most recent one, 130,000 homes over 10 years will be the result of this legislation. Well, that's interesting because that brings back a memory. I remember in 2017 they promised 114,000 affordable homes within 10 years. We're in year 7 of that. We're in year 7, and what did they deliver? The actual result? 16,000, a fraction of the 114,000 promised. So yet again, despite all the lofty announcements, despite the over 500 press releases, we are left with the same results that aren't working for British Columbians. So again, my question now to the minister. Will the minister finally stop making housing promises and deliver actual results for the public of British Columbia?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And the member knows that we are 2 decades behind when it comes to investment in non-market housing. The member should remember...
Members, please continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member should also know that we continue to welcome people of British Columbia at record numbers. We need to ensure that our housing supply keeps up with that. That's why we brought in the pieces of legislation we have. Speculation and vacancy tax, which I know he opposes, bringing back 20,000 units just in Metro Vancouver. Historic levels of investments where there's units opening in communities across British Columbia. I certainly hope the other members stand up and talk about why they want housing. I'll be able to show them the housing that's opening up in their communities. And we're going to continue to do more, Honourable Speaker. But what I asked the member across the way is, where's his housing plan? You know, every time he comes up and says we need more housing, he offers no solutions. In fact, maybe I should look at the BC Conservative Party. Maybe they'll provide a solution, and then he'll piggyback that as his very own.
Leader of the Official Opposition, second supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only results from the Premier and this NDP government's repeated 500 announcements has been creating chaos in city halls across the province, freezing planning departments that are now unsure of what to do. No one knows how to make any decisions on projects that were already well advanced. That's the reality of the chaos that this housing minister has caused right now in British Columbia. How on earth are municipalities supposed to make housing decisions when you've got poorly thought out legislation where they haven't even anticipated some of the outcomes, obviously because they have no background, no understanding of what's involved in the housing sector? And the fact of the matter is they're now making things dramatically worse. Because in the midst of all the chaos they've created, in the midst of all the projects now being frozen and planners now not sure what to do in their own planning departments,
we get to hear the finance minister stand up and say, actually, there's going to be a drop of 4,500 housing starts next year. This is rather remarkable. And at the same time, we're going to see average house prices going up again. Bad result. Lower housing starts, higher prices. That's your result after 7 years of government. So again to the minister, after 7 years in which we had a premier promise that people will be able to see, touch, and feel the results, why is it the only thing they can see and feel are declining housing starts and rising housing prices?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. It's amazing for someone who spent 3 years as a developer to profess he has so much knowledge, doesn't understand that when interest rates go up, of course the market has to respond to that. I mean, he claims to be an expert.
Members. Please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. He claims to be an expert, but the reality is, Honourable Speaker, we're the only party in this place that's offering real solutions for housing. Small-scale multi-unit legislation, Honourable Speaker, which will allow more units to be built throughout our communities. New legislation to create certainty around decision-making.
Members, please continue.
It's clearly a sensitive topic for my friend across the way.
Continue.
We're bringing in legislation to allow more housing to be built around transit. So when we invest billions of dollars in transit, we're getting the housing we need. And not only that, Honourable Speaker, we are also purchasing properties near the transit so we can build the amenities that communities need. Healthcare, childcare, and affordable housing, Honourable Speaker. All of this is action that we're taking to ensure the housing crisis is addressed. We have not heard a single solution from the other side, except for maybe he's going to give a few of his developer friends a tax cut. Nothing else has been offered to this conversation. We're going to continue to do the work that's necessary.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only this government could think they're going to add housing supply by continually villainizing developers and home builders that actually need to do the building of the housing. But Mr. Speaker, the minister wants to talk about interest rates, so let's take a little look at interest rates and how it's impacting British Columbians, because right now, British Columbians are drowning in debt. In fact, we top the country in debt repayments as a result of the rates continuing to rise. A new report from Scotiabank, not the opposition's report, but Scotiabank, I think they actually even sit on the Minister's Economic Forecast Council, they make it clear. A third of the Bank of Canada's rate hikes, those would be interest rates to the Minister of Housing, are due to provincial spending. A third. This Premier's reckless inflationary spending is adding financial hardships to people daily. It's making it harder and more expensive to pay down debt, Mr. Speaker, and it sounds like the peanut gallery knows more than the Scotiabank economists. When will the Premier end his reckless inflationary spending that is fueling the increase in interest rates?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And we've said many times, the Premier has said many times, that we have concerns when we continue to see interest rates increase. The same measures of inflationary pressures that the Bank of Canada is trying to address, in fact, in their own reports, it highlights that rising interest rates are actually fueling inflation. And so that contradictory message is why the Premier has said openly that we believe, we hope, the Bank of Canada does not continue to increase interest rates, because we know that it's putting pressure on families. Every single day we hear that and we're concerned. We continue to make investments to support people in our communities, and we're going to continue to do that, Honourable Speaker. We are not going to do what the opposition leader did when he was the Minister of Finance. When people were struggling, he cut health care. He cut sexual assault center funding. He cut, Honourable Speaker. We're going to continue to invest in British Columbians.
Kamloops North Thompson supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's see. We have rising crime. We have the highest housing prices in Canadian history. We have the highest gas prices and gas taxes in Canada. We have ever-climbing carbon taxation on homeowners. What am I missing? Oh, we have crashing healthcare crisis. The list goes on, and this minister, growing food bank list, and this minister is trying to make it sound like they're actually doing something to help British Columbians? That's ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, it's typical of this government. Point the finger somewhere else. The Bank of Canada must be at fault. Let's write a letter that has no cause or effect whatsoever on interest rates instead of actually taking direct action on our spending that the Scotiabank has made very clear would actually help with inflation and interest rates in British Columbia. We don't actually ever hear from the finance minister when it comes to her own reports and her own advisors advising her around what's going on in the economy in British Columbia. Again, top economists have called out the NDP for killing jobs with the Cost BC scheme. They're pointing the finger at them for their spending, causing inflationary pressures. How many more British Columbians must drown in debt before the Premier owns up to the consequences of his own government decisions and disastrous inflationary spending impacts?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do know that people in BC are facing challenges right now, and we have been talking about it in this House. We've been talking about it with people across the province, and that's why we are taking action to support people. We are supporting people with affordability measures because we know that's what people want to hear from us. We know that that's the action people want us to take. People know that we know people want homes. And that's why we are bringing in homes for people in this province. And we've heard that from people right across the province. You know, we've heard that people are looking for affordability measures. That's why we brought things in like meals in schools and snacks for kids in schools, because we've heard from parents that's what we want. You know, we've heard that people are wanting things such as family benefit, the BC family benefit. We've actually increased it. We've increased it because we know that families need that support, and we gave an extra $500 to families, single-parent families, because we know how difficult it can be. And we're going to keep supporting families. We're going to keep supporting people because we know that's what people want in this province, Mr. Speaker. They do not want us to say, oh my gosh, look at what's happening. We need to cut services, because that's what they did, and that's what hurt people in this province. We know that people do not want to hear, average British Columbians do not want to hear that we need to raise taxes. They do not want to hear that, but that's what they did on the other side of the House. And we will not be doing that.
Members will come to order now. Member. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to order hearing aids for everybody. Minister has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then you could shut your hearing aids off. So that would be amazing. But we know what people are struggling. And we are going to continue to provide supports for people because that's the right thing to do.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, this week we heard a statement in the House celebrating the government's process to add meaning to the Accessibility BC Act. In 2021, I celebrated the passage of this legislation, but my optimism was cautious because the implementation timelines and enforcement mechanisms were unclear, Mr. Speaker. Although these promises for a better, more inclusive British Columbia sound good, we have yet to see these changes actually benefiting people. For example, there isn't a single van ramp accessible parking spot at any of the 5 major hospitals in Greater Victoria. One of my constituents has missed hospital visits and has missed appointments because she can't find a parking spot to meet her needs. Our healthcare system should be a leader, and yet it continues to place inexcusable barriers in front of individuals with different accessibility needs when they're trying to access the services. Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Social Development, can she guarantee that the timelines laid out in the Accessibility Act will be met?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the member for the question. That British Columbia brought in its first accessibility legislation ever is a compliment to all the members in this House that supported that work, to advocates that pressed for British Columbia to catch up to the rest of the country. And now with the accessibility legislation that is in place, we are leading the country so far as the legislation side. The regulations and the implementation of technical standards are being worked on right now by a really powerful and impressive advisory group, both working on the technical elements and then also the lived experience elements of the accessibility standards that would relate first to accessibility equipment and then also service dogs. Really encouraged. We hear monthly from this group. They're working, bringing their lived experience to the standards and the regulation, and we'll see the first evidence of that in the spring. Very happy to speak with a member about any specific implementation pieces that people that deserve support need help with right now.
Thank you. Member supplemental?
The monthly updates that the minister is hearing from, Mr. Speaker, are daily barriers, daily obstacles for the constituent that I raise. They have to navigate hospital parking lots that are simply not designed to allow them to access healthcare services in this province. That's entirely unacceptable. I asked the question as to whether or not the timelines were going to be met. No answer, just a bunch of noise, frankly. Core housing need in this province, 30 to 50% of people's incomes. Over that, 50%, and they're in extreme core housing need, Mr. Speaker. Creating accessible spaces continues to be a daily fight within schools, municipalities, and within our community. And meanwhile, financial assistance for persons with disabilities is far from acceptable. Mr. Speaker, people who are accessing PWD payments are in that core housing need. The Minister of Housing has no answer for in the bills that he was talking about earlier. Parents with children with disabilities are forced to pay out of their pockets for service, Mr. Speaker. Adults with disabilities continue to live well below the poverty line under this social democratic government, so-called social democratic government. The only MLAs to have been raising these issues have been sitting here, Mr. Speaker. When we do raise the issues, the minister responds by naming a series of policy initiatives that fail to deliver people with disabilities out of poverty.
Question, member. Question.
To the Minister of Social Development, will she finally convince the Finance Minister to raise the disability rates above the poverty line in Budget 2024?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The commitment that our government has, that all members in this House have, to creating that dignified life for all British Columbians, this is a shared value. It is work that we are completely committed to. And frankly, the work that we had to do to catch British Columbia up from a decade and a half of underinvestment still continues. So the opposition froze income assistance at $610 for a decade. We've increased assistance rates 5 times. That the opposition withdrew in a mean-spirited decision. The disability access bus pass, we brought it back. And that we just this year increased the shelter rate by $125 a month, and that goes particularly to people that are at the lowest income and need access to housing. We have got over 10,000 new rental rates that are specifically, 10,000 new rental units that are specifically targeted and reserved by BC Housing for people with disabilities and have particular access issues. The work continues, which is why we are rewriting our legislation and our new poverty reduction strategy. But the work is well underway, and we're committed to doing more.
Thank you. Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, my colleague from Abbotsford South talked about the horrendous conditions and the personal experience he had in the hospital in Abbotsford and the conditions that are facing in that school, or I mean in that hospital, I should say. But I want to talk about one other challenge, which is nurses. Across this province, we are seeing emergency rooms being on diversion. We're seeing canceled surgeries. We're seeing patients having to be moved to other hospitals. We're seeing a significant challenge for nursing in this province. The minister talks about there being 4,200 plus nurses being hired. From the BC Nurses Union's own reports, in 2021, 49,177 nurses were working. By 2022, that was down to 46,446, a drop of 2,700, and that's from the BCNU's own numbers. Couple that with the number of nurses hired, and you can see, Mr. Speaker, there's clearly a real challenge in British Columbia.
Question,
so perhaps the minister could answer this question. Why are nurses understaffed at hospitals? Why are they being burned out? Why are they leaving the system? And Mr. Speaker, perhaps the minister could explain where are British Columbia's missing nurses?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member will know, because he was in the government, that the number of registered nurses actually dropped in nominal terms between 2009 and 2016. He was in the government, so he would have been, I'm sure, aware of that. We led Canada, Honourable Speaker, we've led Canada in new registered nurses since I've been Minister of Health, and we need more. This year, and this is just the college numbers, we actually count these things. Honourable Speaker, you don't have to find your own numbers or anything like that. It's all there. That we've registered 5,263 new net nurses, Honourable Speaker. And how have we done that? We're doing that by increasing spaces in our post-secondary institutions, including in the north, Honourable Speaker. We're doing it by measures to retain nurses, ones proposed by the BCNU, including the creation of relational security officers. We said we'd hire 320, we hired 320. By increasing pathways to internationally educated nurses, and by signing an historic agreement with the BC Nurses Union to work together to continue this work, to allow nurses who are LPNs to ladder up to RNs, healthcare assistants to ladder up to LPNs. This is how we address the problem. We are seeing, Honourable Speaker, and leading Canada, and we need to do more, and we will do more.
Leader of the Fourth Party, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, between the 1990s and today, it's been 16 years of NDP government with 16 years of Liberal government, and according to the minister, between the both of them, the system is broken. They both have failed to deliver. So the question to the minister I was asking, quite frankly, is describing the crisis we have in our healthcare system. He's talking about all of these actions that he's taking, and yet we have a crisis. And anybody that denies that, quite frankly, is blind to the problems we have in our system. And I want to give an example, Mr. Speaker. I want to give an example, Mr. Speaker.
The question, member.
Example is a nurse in Mackenzie.
Let's get the question, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The example is a nurse in Mackenzie. Her name's Jenny. Jenny decided to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jenny decided to take the vaccine. Mr. Speaker.
He's the speaker, not me.
Let's get the question, member.
Thank you. Jenny decided to take the vaccine. She had a serious reaction. She was told by her doctor not to take the vaccine. This government fired her. They would not let her work in a city of Mackenzie that needs nurses. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing across this province is nurses that want to work and not being allowed to by this government. So, to the Speaker.
Member, question, please.
Would love to if we could stop the heckling, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. To the minister, what we're seeing is nurses that want to work. What we're seeing is people that want to get back in the system to help solve these problems. When will this minister admit that his policies are keeping nurses from working and causing a crisis in our healthcare system?
Minister of Health.
Well, Honourable Speaker, one of the reasons why, I think, British Columbia saw an increase in the most recent CIHI numbers by 6.7% in the number of registered nurses, and other provinces saw a decline in the number of registered nurses, was because in British Columbia, we support our healthcare workers. When we pass a law in this House, a Public Health Act, that members of the House on both sides were members of the House when we most recently passed it, and we established the authority, the democratic authority for our provincial health officers, Dr. Perry Kendall, who served the province well under multiple administrations, and Dr. Bonnie Henry. We democratically decided that on healthcare decisions, on medical decisions in public health, we would take the lead of the provincial health officer. The member apparently believes that he is more qualified to do that. Apparently believes that. In spite of having been a member of the government that he now condemns, Honourable Speaker, in spite of being a member of the Executive Council, having served the province while that law was in effect, he now condemns that law, Honourable Speaker. Fair enough, Honourable Speaker. I'll tell you, the reason we're doing better than other jurisdictions in hiring nurses and doctors and others is we support our nurses and doctors and respect their professional competence.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's not just 60,000 children a month who were forced to use the food bank this year under the NDP. Kathleen Simpson of the UBC Student Services says more and more students are lining up at the food bank. Not only is it that they have to serve more people who can't afford sky-high grocery prices, but the cost to pay for those same groceries has also gone up. Trucking food to the grocery store means that groceries keep getting hit with the NDP's gas taxes and carbon taxes. Sinead Vesey went to the grocery store, the IGA in downtown Vancouver, and picked up a cauliflower, and it cost $9.10 to buy. Sinead says that prices are so ridiculous under this NDP government and create so much stress in figuring out her meals, and I quote, "It does add stress, and I have to try to think about what I can actually afford to eat," end quote. So when will the Premier put people like Sinead ahead of his Cost BC plan that will kill jobs and make groceries more expensive?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member's quite right in that global inflation has driven up the cost of groceries. You know, we are facing that every day in this province, and we are taking action to reduce those pressures on middle-class families. You know, instead of cutting taxes for the very top in this province, we're actually cutting costs for everyone. And one of the biggest...
Members. Minister will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to start with childcare because it's one of the biggest cuts that we have made in the entire history of the province. We are putting an average of $900 a month back into parents' pockets. And parents are telling me that they are taking that money and they are being able to afford groceries. They are being able to afford, one mom told me it's the first time in years she's been able to afford fresh fruits and vegetables. So we are making sure that parents are getting that, and we are expanding that. You know, the other thing we're doing is we've reduced ICBC rates for drivers for $400 a month. You know, we are building more homes for middle income families. We are free prescription contraception. I haven't heard a single person tell me that they didn't like that. I haven't heard a single person say to me, "Oh, what a silly thing to do." I've heard lots of people say thank you. In fact, one fellow came up to me and said, "Thank you, Minister, I have 4 teenage daughters. Thank you so much." So you can imagine how much money that's putting back into their families' pockets. But we are looking every day at how we can help families with affordability.
Thank you. Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government's initiatives are driving up government spending, driving up inflation, and driving people to the food bank when they're out of a job and out of a home. The second quarterly update released yesterday shows that interprovincial migration has actually turned negative, with 10,000 more British Columbians leaving our province than Canadians coming here over the next 2 years, likely to escape the most unaffordable province in Canada and a flatlining private sector jobs market. Mr. Speaker, it is not normal for a government to want less prosperity and less jobs for its citizens. So my question to the Finance Minister is this: when will the government realize that their inflationary deficits, their Cost BC scheme, and shrinking family paychecks are driving more people to the food bank and even forcing thousands to flee British Columbia because they just can't see a future here in their home province?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thanks to the members for the questions. I'm not sure if they're really looking at the numbers, because if they were, they would see that we have had record levels of people coming to British Columbia, record levels of people coming to British Columbia over the last 4 years. Historic numbers, in fact, numbers that we've never seen before. Why are they coming, Honourable Speaker? Because we have the strongest economy in the country, Honourable Speaker. Despite the challenges we have with health care coming out of the pandemic, we have one of the strongest health care systems in the country, Honourable Speaker. The recent study the Premier highlighted showed that BC has the most livable cities from every single province in the country, Honourable Speaker. So, no doubt about it, Honourable Speaker.
Members, let's conclude the question period. So let's hear the Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There's no doubt we have a lot more work to do, Honourable Speaker, but we have made significant impacts supporting people in British Columbia, and we're going to continue to do that important work.
Members, that ends the question period. Honourable members, the Chair is prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised by the member of Kelowna Mission yesterday, which was taken under advisement. The Chair thanks the member for Kelowna Mission and the Government House Leader on behalf of the Premier for their submissions. In outlining the grievance of her question of privilege, the member for Kelowna Mission took objection to remarks made by the Premier during oral question period on November 20, 2023. The submission of the member for Kelowna Mission essentially disputes the characterization of remarks made outside the House in a forum of which the Chair has no knowledge without it having been laid before the House. Further, the matter at hand appears to be one of disagreement or debate between two members and is therefore not a matter for the Chair to weigh into or adjudicate. As such, it is the ruling of the Chair that a prima facie breach of privilege has not occurred. Members are reminded that the essential elements of raising a question of privilege are outlined on pages 399 to 400 of Parliamentary Practice of British Columbia 5th edition. Upon reviewing these requirements, members will note that the process of placing a question of privilege before the Chair or providing a response to a question before the Chair is an opportunity to briefly state facts that are essential to assist the Chair in determining whether the question should have priority or overall other House business. As noted earlier, the Chair is not tasked with resolving a dispute between members. Rather, the question before the Chair is whether a prima facie breach of the individual privileges of a member or the collective privileges of the House has occurred. I also remind all members to be guided by the established parliamentary practices of this House and to be prudent and measured in their languages. Freedom of speech is an essential privilege that members of this House possess. The Chair reminds members that this freedom is not absolute and that respect for one another, even at times of heated disagreements, must underpin all interactions between members in the House. Thank you. Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, on a point of privilege that I'd like to raise right now, I'm calling on the Minister of Transportation to withdraw his unparliamentary comments directed to members of the opposition that were made just during this question period today.
I take it under advisement, member. Yeah. We'll review the record, member. It seems like it's a point of order rather than point of privilege. We'll review the record, then we'll get back to you. Member for Caribou North.
I rise to present a petition of 62 signatures from likely British Columbia and surrounding Caribou area, requesting for the health and safety of our children, residents, industry, recreational vehicle users, and tourists to take over the ownership of the crossover road for year-round maintenance.
Member for Chilliwack Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to table a petition on behalf of my constituents led by Alina Durham in honour of her daughter Shailene Bell. They've collected over 1,200 signatures asking that the criteria for issuance of an Amber Alert be expanded.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 61 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move that motion 61, standing my name on the order paper with respect to the appointment of a special committee to appoint a Human Rights Commissioner.
Member, question is the adoption of the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today in my capacity of the Government House Leader to move a time allocation motion. Under Standing Order 81.1, we have tried to reach an informal agreement on the allocation of time for the business of this House with 3 distinct opposition House Leaders as well as an independent member. However, we are unable to reach a consensus. It is with this understanding and in accordance with Standing Order 81.1 that I'm compelled to bring the fourth a time allocation motion. This motion is intended to ensure that we're able to effectively carry out the business of governing in our responsibility on this side of the House. It is a tool to manage our time efficiently and to ensure that all items on our agenda receive the attention they deserve and they are not obstructed. With that, I move that pursuant to Standing Order 81.1, all remaining stages of consideration of Bill 44, Intitulated Housing Statutes Amendment Act 2023, be disposed by 3:30 on Wednesday, November 29th, 2023. If at 3:25 the bill is still considered a committee stage, the Chair shall forthwith put any remaining questions to completion in consideration of the bill without further amendment to debate, which shall be deemed passed, which shall not be subject of a formal division call, but which may be taken in accordance to the practice recommendation number 1. Once the title of the bill has passed, the committee shall rise and report the bill complete, with or without amendment, as the case may be, to the House. C. Immediately thereafter, notwithstanding Order 80, Standing Order 81, or Standing Order or Sessional Order relating to the times of the day of the sitting of the House, the question on all remaining stages consideration of the bill shall be put forthwith without amendment or debate. D. If a division is called on the motion, third reading on the bill, the division shall proceed forthwith in accordance to Standing Order 16 as amended by the Sessional Order of February 6, 2023. All remaining stages of consideration of Bill 46, Intitulated Housing Development Finance Amendment Act 2023, be disposed by 9:45 on Wednesday, November 29, 2023. If at 9:40 the bill is still considered to be a committee stage, the Chair shall forthwith put any remaining questions to complete the consideration of the bill without further amendment or debate, which shall be deemed passed and which shall not be subject to formal division call, but which may be taken in accordance to practice recommendation number 1. B. Once the title of the bill has passed, the committee shall rise and report the bill complete, with or without amendment, as the case may be, to the House. C. Immediately thereafter, notwithstanding Standing Order 80, Standing Order 81, or Standing Order of a Sessional Order relating to the times and day of the sitting of the House, the question on all remaining stages of the consideration of the bill shall be put forthwith without amendment or debate. If a division is called on the motion for third reading of the bill, the division shall proceed forthwith in accordance with the Standing Order 16 as amended by Sessional Order February 6, 2023. All remaining stages of consideration of Bill 45, Intitulated Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act, be disposed by 4:30 on Thursday, November 30th, 2023. If at 4:25 the bill is still considered to be committee stage, the Chair shall forthwith put any remaining questions to completion, the consideration of the bill without further amendment or debate, which shall be deemed passed, which shall not be subject to formal division call, but which may be taken in accordance to practice recommendation number 1. Once the title of the bill is passed, the committee shall rise, report bill complete with or without amendment, as the case may be, to the House. Immediately thereafter, notwithstanding Standing Order 81, or Standing Order of Sessional Order relating to the times and days of sitting of the House, the question on all remaining stages of the consideration of the bill shall be put forthwith without amendment or debate. If division is called on the motion for third reading of the bill, the division shall proceed forthwith in accordance to Standing Order 16 as amended by the Sessional Order on February 6, 2023. All remaining stages of consideration of Bill number 47, Intitulated Housing Statutes Transit-Oriented Areas Amendment Act 2023, be disposed by 4:45 on Thursday, November 30th, 2023. If at 4:40 the bill is still considered at committee stage, the Chair shall forthwith put any remaining questions to complete the consideration of the bill without further amendment or debate, which shall be deemed passed, which shall not be subject to a formal division call, but which may be taken in accordance with practice recommendation number 1. Once the title of the bill is passed, the committee shall rise and report the bill complete, with or without amendment, as the case may be, to the House. Immediately thereafter, notwithstanding Standing Order 80, Standing Order 81, or Standing Order or Sessional Order relating to the times and day of the sitting of the House, the question in all remaining stages of consideration of the bill shall be put forth without amendment or debate. If a division is called on the motion for third reading of the bill, the division shall proceed forthwith in accordance to Standing Order 16 as amended by Sessional Order of February 6, 2023, and further that the greater certainty a committee considering a bill in Section B may rise and report progress for the purpose of receiving a report from Section A or Section C in accordance with this order. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
This motion is not debatable, so we will not have.
But for that reason, it strikes me, notwithstanding the minister's ability as a speed reader, the past practice has been for members to have the motion in front of them for the vote. It strikes me that courtesy, if nothing else, would suggest that members who have just been told debate is being curtailed can see the motion that is bringing down the guillotine.
Thank you, member. The past practice we have in front of the House, we have seen the government House leader will stand up and read the motion, and that's what we have in the front of the House now. So that motion is not debatable. Government House leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee of the Whole.
No,
bill.
hold it. Hold it. Madam.
Do we actually have to vote on it?
Hold.
Shame on you. Well, you can roll your eyes, Lisa. You're not going to give us a chance to speak, and shame on this house.
Members, hold on, please. Thank you, members. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Member, Parkswell Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to raise a point of order. In the Minister's remarks, he mentioned that efforts were made with all three parties and an independent member to negotiate scheduling. That conversation never did take place, and I would ask the member to withdraw that.
Members, as the chair has said earlier, we are not going to debate it, so that's the end. Shh. Members, I heard the point of order. Thank you. Thank you very much. Member, do you have something new to add? Proceed.
In the comments that were made by the government House leader, he notified this House that an effort was made to reach consensus with all House leaders. I want to inform this House that no such effort to reach consensus. I was pulled into the side room prior to the beginning of this, and I was told that one government House leader was not going to comply with his will, and so there was going to be absolutely no discussion. There was no discussion on this. There was no effort to get consensus, Mr. Speaker. This is an appalling misuse of this House.
Thank you, members. Members. I think we are getting into the debate mode. We are not going to debate it. I understand. I hear the members' point of order. I appreciate it. So let's leave it there now. Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will move a point of order as well. This decision here today does not reflect.
Okay, members. The chair, members, the back of the hall, all members. The chair will hear the last point of order, and then we will continue. No more point of orders on this subject after this, please.
Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely, the point of order is this, it is absolutely incorrect, it is not factually accurate that there was an attempt to achieve consensus. The official opposition, of which there are 27 members, We're not in any way consulted on this. We were not engaged. We were not asked how much time we planned on spending on any bills. I too was hauled into the side room for a very brief conversation, which was a matter of fact, here's the motion, there isn't consensus, let's move on. That is not how this place is supposed to operate.
Exactly.
Members, let me read Standing Order 81.1, subsection 2 under time allocations. A minister of the Crown who from his or her place in the House has stated that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of section 1 of the Standing Order in respect of proceedings. Members. Member, you don't disrupt the chair when making a comment, please. Okay. Has stated that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of section 1 of this standing order in respect of proceeding that one or more stages of a public bill may propose without notice a motion for the purpose of allotting a specified number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceeding that one or more stages of a public bill. The motion shall be decided forthwith without debate or amendment. Any proceedings interrupted pursuant to this section of the standing order shall be deemed adjourned. So we have a motion in front of the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose? Nay. Ayes have it. Division has been called. Members, we are voting on the motion tabled by Government House Leader. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. Members who are against that motion, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Be seated. And now we will reach out to members online. Madam Clerk.
Emily Ashton.
I vote nay.
Thank you. Emily Chen.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Minister Kang.
I vote aye.
Emily Routley.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Emily Sandu.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Those voting aye: Chandra Herbert, Parmar, Sims, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Heyman, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Brar, Russell, Rutledge, Rice, Phillip, Leonard, Chow, R. Singh, Whiteside, Farnworth, Callon, Eby, Conroy, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chant, Sandu, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, Chen, A. Singh, 49. Those voting nay: DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Peyton, Davies, Klovchuk, Morris, Kylo, Sturko, Merrifield, Lee, Watts, Stewart, Shapitka, Ashton, Sturdy, Letnick, Taggart, Firstnell, Olson, Rustad, Banman, and Walker, 29.
Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 44, Housing Statutes Residential Amendment Act.
Hold it. Member for Saanich Northern Islands.
I rise to raise a point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You want to state that now?
The minister, in reading the justification for his motion to invoke closure upon this House, removing the right of the members here to be able to dutifully do their job, was based on a conversation that never happened, and so, Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leader misled the House.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of personal privilege as well. I'm very, very certain that if the Government House Leader is to take a look at the Hansard from his comments that he made in introducing this closure motion, he would very quickly see that there's language he used in there which is completely and totally false. In particular, suggesting that there was any quote-unquote consensus whatsoever about the time allocation for the balance of the session. To suggest that there was consensus is completely and totally not true.
Thank you.
Or that there was a lack of consensus is totally untrue, and therefore that represents a case of the Government House Leader misleading the House, and I don't know of any standing order that permits any member of this House, not the least of which the Government House Leader, to mislead the House. So I'd ask the Government House Leader to acknowledge that there never was any consensus whatsoever.
Thank you, Member. Members, we have already decided that motion. We have taken vote on it, so there will be no further ruling on these motions or privileges. Members, as I stated earlier, we have as Government House Leader under Standing Order 81, whatever that number was, 81.1, subsection 2. We have now decided on that, so we will not be entertaining any personal privilege on that matter. So, no, thank you. Mr. Fax. We'll take under advisement. I'll get back to you. Thank you. Thank you. Minister, Government House Leader. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 44, Housing, Statutes, Residential Amendment Act.
Committee chairs.
All right, so we'll get this committee underway. We are at Clause 26 of Bill 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023, recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Government House Leader for being generous with the time to debate this bill. We now have 9.5 minutes, 10 minutes left to canvass 21 more sections in a bill that is supposed to somehow address housing in this province, but the government doesn't want to actually talk about it or the detail in any great degree. But back to Clause 26 of 48 clauses, actually. Yesterday we were talking about the OCP that the municipalities are going to have to adopt, which are being contemplated with the baseline criteria that this government has laid out. in terms of number of units per...
Members, could we have a little quiet in the chamber so we can hear the questioner? Thank you.
In terms of minimum lot size, number of units that would be allowed on that lot size, proximity to transit. The minister seems to be all over the map of whether it's a 15-minute transit service or 30-minute transit service. That will come in regulation later. I guess the question I have for the minister around municipalities' official community plan. Now, the heavier densification, as I understand it, will be allowed if you're on, and we'll use the minister's example of a 15-minute rapid transit access or frequent transit access. So if that's the standard, municipalities typically are under a lot of pressure with their budgets around transit provisions, around whether or not to provide and increase levels of service or not. Would municipalities be able to get away from those higher densifications by simply removing 15-minute bus service and changing it out to 30-minute bus service? And I'll use Kamloops as an example, not that they're threatening to do this, but yesterday I noticed in their budget deliberations that are going to see right now a proposed 11% property tax hike, $2.2 million, or almost 2.25% of that tax hike is actually for the transit contract, increases to the transit contract. So actually at budget time, cities are going to have to start having some pretty serious talks about how they're going to pay for various aspects. If a city was to remove 15-minute bus service on a corridor and put it back to 30-minute service because of volumes and not wanting to subsidize low ridership on those other service levels, would that then get them out of needing to agree to the highest possible densification under this plan in Bill 44?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we'll set the exact times on regulations, and I shared with the member that it's going to be close to the 15-minute service. The member's question is if, as I understand it, if a local government has that 15-minute service and decide they don't want the 15-minute service and they want to go to 30-minute service, they will have the ability to do that.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I understand they have the ability to change the service levels of their transit. I'm asking how that would then impact Bill 44 and the provisions within their official community plan of identifying a section of the city that you would be allowed to have 6 units on the 280 square meters because it's within a frequent transit, 400 meters of a frequent transit route, versus that route now no longer being frequent transit. Would that not then enable a municipality to have a bit of a workaround here and say, well, we don't want that densification, so the only way this government has made that possible is for us to actually reduce transit service to a neighborhood, whether we actually did or didn't want to reduce transit service, but we'd rather do that than see 210 units per hectare in that neighborhood.
Minister.
I suppose a local government could say that we want to avoid allowing 6 units near a frequent transit area, and so we want to lower our service from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. I suppose they could do that if they wanted to avoid the 6 units, but it's more likely that certainly I'll give an example of my community. A 15-minute service route approximately in my community is got 8 stories to 16 stories. In fact, actually 22 stories. And so it'll vary from community to community. But I mean, I suppose a community could do that. But I don't know why a community would want to cut back services that their residents depend on. But yeah, to the member's question, if a local government decides for some reason they don't want that service because they don't want the ability to have 6 units, I suppose they could make that change and have their OCP reflect something different.
House Leader, third party.
And one of the reasons why a municipality might do it is not because they're choosing to do it, but because this minister with this change is giving them no choice to do it, because it's in a neighborhood where there's a floodplain, because it's in a wildfire interface area, because it's in one of these areas that insurance companies are saying you probably shouldn't densify those areas because, well, they're very close to where wildfires might happen. It might be because the infrastructure is not there, Mr. Chair, to support it, and that the plan to deliver that infrastructure is going to take longer than the deadline that this minister is arbitrarily setting. That might be one of the reasons why they're forced to do it. So the minister can stand up and say, well, one of the reasons why they might do that, but I don't know why they do that for their citizens who rely on the service. They might be forced to do it because this minister's given them no choice but to do it.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It being 3:25 p.m. pursuant to the time allocation order adopted by the House earlier today, the committee now has to proceed to finalize clause-by-clause consideration of Bill 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023. So we're done with the debate now. We have to go through the clause by clause. So I will now put the question on all remaining clauses of the bill. Members, a division on the remaining clauses in the title cannot be called, but in accordance with Practice Recommendation 1, members may request to indicate passage on division. With that, we will proceed. Shall clause 26 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 27 pass? Aye. It passes on division. Shall clause 28 pass? Aye. Passes on division. Oh, sorry, did I hear that? Yeah, okay. Shall clause 29 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 30 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 31 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 32 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 33 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 34 pass? Aye. Passes. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 35 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 36 pass? Aye. Passes on division. Shall clause 37 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 38 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 39 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 40 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 41 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 42 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 43 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 44 pass? Aye. So ordered. On division. Shall clause 45 pass? Aye. Passes on division. So ordered. Shall clause 46 pass? Aye. Passes on division. So ordered. Shall clause 47 pass? Aye. Passes. So ordered. On division. And shall clause 48 pass? Aye. Passes. So ordered. On division. Shall the title pass? Aye. Passes. So ordered. On division. Thank you, members. Minister.
I move the committee rise, report bill complete without amendment.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor? Nay. Opposed? Nay. Carried. On division. On division. We'll now report to the Speaker.
Committee Chair.
Committee reports Bill 44 complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time, Government House Leader?
Now.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill number 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. Division has been called. Members, the question is third reading of Bill number 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act 2023. All in favor, please rise or indicate. Please be seated. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Now we will reach out to members online. Madam Clerk.
Emily Ashton.
I vote nay.
Thank you. Minister Kang.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Emily Routley.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Emily Sandu.
I vote aye.
Those voting aye, Chandra Herbert, Parmar, Sims, Coulter, Lohr, Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Hayman, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Brar, Russell, Routledge, Rice, Phillip, Leonard, Arsing, Whiteside, Farnworth, Callon, Eby, Conroy, Sharma, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Donnelly, Green, Anderson, Chant, Sandu, Padden, Begg, A. Singh, 45. Those voting nay, DeYoung, Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Peyton, Davies, Klovechuck, Morris, Kylo, Sturco, Merrifield, Lee, Watts, Stewart, Shapitka, Ashton, Sturdy, Letnick, Taggart, First now Olson, Rustad, Banman, and Walker, 29.
Motion carried. Bill number 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act has been read a third time and has passed. Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to reserve my right to a point of personal privilege.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to reserve my right to a point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 46, the Housing Statutes Development Finance Amendment Act.
Committee chairs.
We're going to call the committee to order. We're dealing with Bill 46, Housing Statute Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. Shall Clause 1 pass? Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I thought the minister might lead things off, but if he wants to, I'll cede the floor.
All righty, recognizing the Minister of Housing.
Thank you. Thanks to the member for giving me an opportunity. I want to first start off by recognizing the amazing people that really do the heavy lifting and the work here. I've got my Deputy Minister Terry Collins, Bindi Sawchuk, my ADM. I've got Jessica Brooks and Leslie Sawcroft. Scoutcroft. So I want to not get mistaken, but the amazing folks, and there's other folks in another room that are supporting the work here. I want to thank them for the work they do. It's challenging work, and of course, this is an important tool that we're introducing here for local governments to be able to invest in infrastructure in their communities while we're building the housing that we desperately need. And again, thanks to the member for allowing me to open it and recognize these amazing people.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. Well, you know, it's good, I guess. We have some time to dig into Bill 46. It's frankly a little unfortunate that the government decided how much time that will be without consulting with us. Frankly, we would have preferred to have more time on Bill 44 and allotted more time to that bill and a little less time to Bill 46, but the government has decided they know best, and to length of time opposition needs to properly ask questions around bills in this place. And that's unfortunate, because both very serious consequences to municipalities. You know, I don't think it's any accident that the majority of speakers at committee stage to these bills come from municipal backgrounds. Former mayors, former councillors, former regional district directors, because they very much understand the real time implications these bills are going to have on not just their communities, but municipal councils across this province moving forward and the neighbourhoods within those municipalities. I find it interesting that Bill 44, where the debate got cut off pretty quickly, was really a bill that the minister was characterizing as dealing with affordability, and now here we are with Bill 46, that very clearly is designed to give municipalities the ability to not just add a few dollars to the cost of a housing unit, but literally tens of thousands of dollars. So we're going to dive into that a bit as we move through these sections and see what modeling has been done by the government. I certainly hope they will actually be able to speak to any modeling and data that they actually had to defend and the creation of this bill, because in 44 they certainly did not want to provide that. And in fact, as we found out, any of the people that they did consult with all had to sign non-disclosure agreements. So we actually don't know what that data and information would reveal on Bill 44. We certainly hope that's not the case on Bill 46 as the opposition, but I think it raises another concern, Madam Chair, when we look at Bill 46 and Bill 44 and tomorrow Bill 47 and the sheltering clauses in Bill 45. These all have significant impacts and trade-offs to a municipality, but they're all being dealt with in isolation by this government instead of as one housing bill, where you can actually properly evaluate how it all interconnects, how transit interconnects or doesn't, how the densification of single-family neighborhoods interconnects with that transit or not, and then with how Bill 46, how it interconnects with Bill 46 and the potential of development cost charges, and more importantly, community amenity agreement charges that don't actually exist in most communities in this province, yet will now be a tool for most municipalities to actually access. And again, I've said this even at second reading. As a former mayor, I can totally see the appeal for municipal councils with Bill 46, because they've been asking long and hard for access to funding for infrastructure and things of that nature. So a vehicle that enables them to actually charge more money will certainly be a welcome thing for municipal councils, and I'm not here to prosecute whether or not they should or shouldn't be doing that. But I do have serious questions for the government through Bill 46 as to how the government is going to reconcile those tens of thousands of dollars being added to every housing unit in this province with Bill 44, where they purport to be trying to bring affordable housing into play. And so As we start here on section 1, I'm just wondering if the minister could provide a bit of overview as to why the minister seems to think enabling added charges to development cost charges and added community amenity agreements into communities that don't currently have them will actually help with affordability in this province.
Minister.
Chair. So what this legislation does is it creates another tool for local governments to be able to ensure that they have dollars for critical infrastructure that they need in their communities. So the basis of this work is based off of multiple reports. One, the DAPR review that was done by government, which engaged with stakeholders throughout the province on what we need to do, and it had a recommendation about creating a development finance tool that would be available to local governments. UBCM, they also had a report in 2021 ensuring local government financial resiliency. It was a report that was very public. They also recommended the province do this. Then there was also a Canada and British Columbia expert report called Opening Doors in 2021, which emphasized the need for moving away from negotiated and unpredictable nature of collecting these kinds of fees and move to something with more certainty. I also will put on the record that there's been UBCM resolutions going back to 2005. It started with Invamere. They requested to expand DCC categories to include fire and emergency response. In 2011, North Okanagan Regional District requested to expand DCC categories to include solid waste facilities. In 2012, the Sunshine Coast Regional District requested to expand DCC categories to include fire responses. In 2019, Harrison Hot Spring requested for the province to expand DCC category to include fire protection and emergency response capital. In 2019, the City of Coquitlam requested the province to review DCC legislation to include wider range of categories such as emergency services. 2019, City of Nanaimo requests for province to expand DCC categories to include emergency services and solid waste management. And then 2019, UBCM overall requests of the province to review existing funding mechanisms for financial growth related to infrastructure services, including emergency services and solid waste. And so this has been something that's been called on by local governments for a long time. And the two things I believe this legislation does. One, it creates a level of transparency. Right now, often, a lot of these amenities and the dollars associated with these amenities are negotiated, and that creates a lot of challenges for everyone involved, and sometimes it can delay the process. I've heard up to a year in some communities because they're going back and forth about how much money should come with each project. And so what this does is it creates a level of cost certainty up front for any proponent that wants to come in. They have something more predictable of what their costs are, and that cost certainty, obviously, we know is a very important piece to ensure that housing goes forward, and then local governments have the ability to know that those dollars will be there for them to invest in the important infrastructure that they need.
Member.
Thank you. Well, as I said in my opening comments, as a former mayor, I totally understand why municipalities would want the ability to have more revenue streams and a way to pay for infrastructure. I don't take issue with them asking for that at all. And in fact, the fact there's been a substantive lack of meaningful infrastructure programs to tap into from the provincial government over the last 7 years has made the problem all the worse for municipalities trying to deal with water and sewer and traditional infrastructure type programs that development cost charges also are designed to help with the growth in their community. I guess within this bill, again, I note that we just finished 44 in a very rushed fashion, but 44, Bill 44 was about creating more densification in single-family neighborhoods, whether or not they actually have servicing or not to adequately address that growth, which could trigger a need for development cost charges for growth, because development cost charges, for those listening at home, are meant to help offset the costs of providing roads and fire, and, well, not roads, fire, sorry, is to come, roads, water, parks, sewage, those types of things. And so you have a certain capacity in your system if you're a city, and you say, okay, well, we want to add growth in this area, and it's going to cost us, we'll say, $10 million, and we think that 50% of that cost should be borne by the new growth that's going to result in the slight oversizing of pipes and things of that nature, and we're going to time it out. The work to be timed out as that growth starts to happen and the pipes age out and the road needs repaving, and it's a very complicated process that municipalities go through with their planning and their official community plans, which we've talked about at length in Bill 44 as well, to overlay all that information and come up with what the cost should be. And then they go either by per square foot or by housing unit. But it's all based on growth, and it's based on new building permits coming in and new applications or new lots being created. In the case of Bill 44, the intention of the government is to have sixplexes added to neighborhoods on single-family home lots. Will the changes in Bill 46 impact those housing units? Will they be subject to development cost charges, and will those sixplexes also be subject to community amenity charges if a city decides to implement those based on the provisions of Bill 46?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And so we're not changing any of the rules around DCCs, around how they can implement them. A local government could implement DCCs. But the new tool we're creating, the ACC, there's a framework of when that tool can be used, and that the details of that are in Clause 7.
Member.
Thank you. Well, taking a quick scan, and I'll use Kelowna, it looks like a single residential unit. And they define a residential unit as something that has separate cooking and sanitary facilities, washrooms, access to open air space outside without having to go through other units. So it very much sounds like what would be one of a six-plex unit. If you were tearing down a house, now I guess that one housing unit that's currently there might mean you only are charged on 5. I say only, but this is without community amenity agreements that don't exist in Kelowna. You're pushing $40,000 based on a quick scan. That means that sixplex in Bill 44 that the minister characterizes affordable housing will be subject to somewhere in the neighborhood of at least $200,000 based on this legislation, and that's before we've added in fire protection, police, highway interchanges, and that's before we've added in community amenity charges. Can the minister explain how, on the one hand, the government can be talking about housing affordability and at the same time be introducing Bill 46 that despite, and I understand why municipalities would want it, why this government, on the one hand, literally 12 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago will be talking about a bill purporting to be all about affordable housing, and then the very next bill would see upwards of tens of thousands of dollars at minimum levied on each unit of a sixplex that's contemplated in Bill 44.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, it is interesting that we spent 4 days talking about how we're not listening to local governments and how awful it is going to be. And now we're shifting to local governments shouldn't get this power because they'll abuse it. And I know that's not exactly what the member's saying, but it's kind of implied in where we're going forward here. And so Kelowna, as the example the member has shared with me, he gives an example of what Kelowna does. This new tool doesn't necessarily mean if the Kelowna didn't have the CACs because they wanted to ensure that projects were viable, there's nothing in this legislation says they need to have the new ACC tool involved as well. This is an option for communities, just like DCCs and CACs. If Kelowna wanted to get dollars from the CACs, they could have adopted it. They didn't. This gives them another tool. It's still available to them if they choose to. The other tool is still available to them as well.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the minister failed to acknowledge, too, that we've also been pointing out the problem with how they brought forward the housing legislation in this session, in that We have closure now invoked on them. We have a bill that deals strictly with transit corridors, yet Bill 44 also touched on implications around transit corridor, but that regulation is not ready yet, and we actually don't have the site standards ready yet, but we may or may not have those ready in a couple of weeks. In the meantime, we have Bill 46 in the middle that actually gives some extra autonomy to municipalities to go out and get some money, which I totally understand, and roads are expensive and water is expensive, and I understand the ask from local governments. I don't take issue with the local governments asking it. The question was how this government, how this provincial government reconciles all of their discussion in Bill 44 about it creating affordable housing, Bill 44, which creates sixplexes on those transit corridors that we'll have to take on the preliminary discussion that the minister has, because we still don't have the regulations or any of that, let alone the data provided that the minister will not provide to us or the public or municipalities. How the government, how the minister can reconcile his statements around a sixplex piece of legislation will create affordable housing, while at the same time, 20 minutes, 30 minutes after that bill gets passed, we are now dealing with a bill that this government, at a minimum, will see charges of $40,000 or $50,000 just based on existing DCC bylaws and charges per unit of that sixplex. And that's not counting all of the extra stuff that's on here. That's really the statement that we're making on this. So as I mentioned, development cost charges get to be a very complicated formula. They take a long time to calculate. So I'm wondering if the minister can share with the committee. There's going to have to be a whole lot of OCP amendments and reworking and calculating based on interim housing reports, based on Bill 44's directive nature on what has to be allowed for densification in neighborhoods. Will the DCC bylaws under Bill 46, as they come into effect, also have to take into account the interim housing report and growth, or what municipalities are currently planning for growth in their communities?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And as local governments go to update their OCPs and bylaws, they're going to need to consider that, as the member has highlighted, in what infrastructures that they need in their community, and that will be reflected in how they move forward with their DCCs, but as well if they choose to use the new tool for that as well.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the minister's own admission, you know, it's interesting when we talked about the closure on Bill 44 and some of the debate around local government, and now Bill 46 that we have in front of us, and the minister, by his own admission, it sounds like he's saying that he is openly admitting that he picks and chooses when to listen to local government's requests. Because in the last bill we talked about, the local government had very specific requests and he ignored them, and now he's trying to tote himself of saying, look at me, I'm listening to local government's concerns. He can't have it both ways. So sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. I'm just kind of curious. I guess it's when it goes to his own desires. But my question to the minister, I guess, first of all, and my colleague from Kamloops touched on it. So what provincial grant programs are there right now that every municipality has access to for infrastructure improvements within their municipalities?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's outside the bill. I can share with the member that that we have provided this year $1 billion to communities, not through a grant process. We're not asking communities to apply. We trust that they'll put those dollars to addressing either infrastructure or any amenities that they feel need to be addressed in their communities. We funded, for example, in Metro Vancouver, I believe it was for $250 million to the Iona wastewater facility. We invested in supporting with TransLink also because it's connected to housing. And so we continue to make investments with our local government partners. We certainly have more to do. And of course, the federal government has already indicated that their funding will be tied towards housing as well. So there are tools that we have put out for communities, and we're going to continue to do to support local governments in that infrastructure as we go forward.
Member.
I know the minister likes to try to tote the federal government and their contribution in trying to save the province from their failures on dealing with the housing file, but I want to speak specifically to what this minister and this government is actually attempting to do, and trying to tote some year-end funding that they put out, as one time. I mean, I'm not going to take away the fact that every municipality is begging and pleading for more infrastructure funding. So he talked about the majority of the year-end funding that went out this year. So my question, though, is actually relevant to this bill, although the minister is trying to avoid it, because it will tie in to my commentary, I feel, either through this section or in other later sections. So minister didn't directly answer by saying if there's present grant opportunities. So if a city like Dawson Creek is feeling pressure right now because of the infrastructure deficit, whether they can apply for it. Is there going to be, after these bills pass, so let's say next year, can the minister highlight then what grant applications will be available next year, aside from just saying wait to see the budget? Because that's not fair to local governments, because he's putting the pressure on them right now on infrastructure deficits that they are going to be facing through Bill 44. We canvassed that one at length. But next year, when the municipalities start seeing in real time the pressures on their water sewer infrastructure, are there going to be grant applications next year from the province to help alleviate some of that pressure that's going to be brought on and forced on them because of the bills that this government's putting forward?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, so we've canvassed that we have been making significant investments with local governments. I can share with the member, and the member knows I can't speak to what the Minister of Finance will do in future years. But we've made a pretty strong commitment to local governments that will support them with that infrastructure. It is my understanding that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Minister of Finance have a working group with UBCM on addressing this question that they've been working on for a long time, about how infrastructure can be funded with local governments. And so this is why I think all members should support this bill, because I think everyone in this House, especially experienced members who have sat at the council table, will know that it's critical to invest in our infrastructure while we build housing. And this tool allows us to do that in a more predictable way. And and this is not, it's not just because local governments were asking for it. Those that are in the home building community also understand that this is an important tool, an important step. For example, Anne McMullen, who's with the Urban Development Institute, put out a statement saying they're encouraged by this new legislation, which aims to make development charges more transparent and predictable. Combined with zoning measures announced last week, these are some of the most substantial changes to the developmental approval process in decades. Bridget Anderson, members may know in this place, who's the President and CEO of Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, said this new legislation is a welcome step forward towards more certainty and clarity that will improve the timelines to build the housing we need. Trevor Coote, the CEO of BC Real Estate Association, said the need to reform development financing was a key finding of the developmental approval process review process report. The BC Real Estate Association is supportive of efforts of the government to bring more clarity, transparency, and predictability to the fees collected by local governments from builders of new housing. And so, I guess to kind of wrap all the pieces together, we are making investments with local governments. We know it's important to do. And of course, we're going to continue to work with local governments to support them with their infrastructure as we go forward. But this tool is supported by local governments, yes, because this creates an opportunity for them to help fund the important infrastructure, but it's also supported by industry because they understand that you need both. We need to invest in infrastructure and we need to ensure that housing gets built. And there's a belief, certainly we believe, that we can do both together.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I think to be fair, I don't want to speak on behalf of all of the people that the minister just quoted, but a lot of people are supporting this begrudgingly. Of course, people are saying, finally, under this government, they've seen the deficit as well in houses being started because of some of the challenges around not having that transparency or predictability. I'm pretty sure if we canvass most of those, most organizations, they're saying we're in a housing crisis. Housing is unaffordable, and anytime we add any cost to it, it's going to be at the detriment to the end user, which we know is the people who are already struggling to get into the housing market. So the minister can quote groups that are saying we're happy that we have some predictability. Fair enough, because we know we haven't seen that under this government. We have not seen that transparency. So of course it's great that they're acknowledging that finally this government is bringing that forward. But my concern is always around making sure that we keep the housing affordable so people can actually get into housing. Everything what we're seeing is actually going to add to the price and the cost of housing. But back to the original point and concept here was around municipalities and the infrastructure deficit that they're already facing. In Bill 44, we talked about how now in some areas we're going to have densification taking place that is beyond the capacity of the infrastructure that's there. I want to acknowledge the minister has said and committed he wants to continue working with local government, but that does not, his well wishes or his good intentions don't necessarily pay the bills for local government. And so what I'm hearing and some of the concerns, and I'm curious how the minister will want to acknowledge this, and this isn't, I want the minister to know, this is not an I got you moment. This is not about trying to find some political angle where the minister is not doing his job in this section. Other sections I'll say he didn't, maybe right now. But I do want to, in all fairness, say one of the things I'm hearing is because we've seen the lack of investment and acknowledgement from this government on those deficits that I've talked about in the infrastructure within municipalities, right now, the major way that governments raise funds to pay for their surface infrastructures and other things, and we'll get to it later on in the bill. I understand some other sections we can talk about. But a lot of that is through local taxation. Local governments are always looking for support and need support in lots of areas from the provincial government. What my concern is, and so a concern that I'm hearing from some local governments, is if this bill passes, and yes, some local governments have said they want the ability around DCCs. I get that. As a former mayor, as a former executive member on the UBCM, I understand that intention and the need and desire. But what I'm also hearing through that is we do not want to use this tool as a scapegoat for government to now not step up and support local governments. So that's why I'm curious on the acknowledgement from the minister, and I think he understands where I'm going with this, because the last thing we need now is a community saying, we've been forced under Bill 44 to allow this densification whether we wanted it or not. Yes, we've been given advantages or privileges, if however the minister wants to word it, through Bill 46 for the ability to collect some money up front from DCCs on development that will come in. We know that that will not be enough to offset the pressures that governments are going to face. So my concern, some local governments have told me their concern is now they'll go to the government and say, there's a financial difference here. We need grants, we need supports, because we do not want to continue to download these costs to our local taxpayers and, in essence, to the people who are struggling to get into the housing market because of the increased costs through the DCCs. Nobody wants to technically see that as we're trying to find opportunities to people get into the housing market. So, will the minister confirm today that him and his government will not be pointing to DCCs and local governments as an avenue to collect funds locally, and they will continue, it should be an easy answer, continue to be open to local governments, so when they come forward and say, we can't afford it, and this is why, that this minister will be stepping up through grant applications, especially in our smaller communities who struggle already, that he will help with that infrastructure deficit to pay for the subsurface concerns that they have.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for his question and comments. We canvassed this at great lengths previously, but the member wasn't here, which is, and he mentioned the previous legislation, and I want to go back to doing that, but it is the most effective way of getting development done with the infrastructure that we have. Now, I strongly urge all members to support this bill, because what I hear already is there's an understanding that local governments need the tools to be able to fund the infrastructure in their communities. That's what local governments have said to me, that they need this. I haven't heard from a local government saying, don't give us this tool. I haven't heard that. If the member has a specific community that's saying, we don't want this tool, I'm keen to hear it. But we know that it's vitally important that we have healthy, vibrant communities. So as we build the housing for the people, not necessarily even the people that are yet to come, the housing for the people that are already here that are struggling. And we've talked about this in the House. We have young families who can't afford the large single-family home when it's being built, and having options available to them is great. We have Kathleen Higgins from my community who built a fourplex in their own old family home. The entire family, all the kids are staying in that one parcel, still raising their families, which is amazing. But when we do that, we want to make sure there's parks and fire halls and police stations and all those important things. And so that's what we're trying to do here, is to ensure that they can continue to have the dollars they need to fund that infrastructure. And of course, to the member's point, that we're going to continue to partner with local governments to invest in infrastructure. The challenge we have is, to date, a lot of this funding, the local governments still get, but they get it through negotiations. And that negotiation is challenging both for local governments, but it's also challenging for those that are bringing projects forward, not for profit or private sector. And so what we're saying is, we're acknowledging that there's infrastructure needs. We're saying up front that there's a way for communities to be clear about what their infrastructure needs are, and there's a tool available now with more certainty for everyone involved. But, you know, to the, I guess, the other core point the members are making, of course, we want to support communities. I'm fortunate in my community in Delta, you know, the province, we made a significant investment in a new track and field facility. The local government put in some money, but we put in a lot of money as well. That's separate from the $1 billion. We're investing in parks because we know the playgrounds in our parks are vitally important. 4 playgrounds in my community have been funded. So all those things are important. They're going to continue to happen. We're going to continue to partner with local governments. This is just another tool for local governments as we move forward.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. Well, again, I don't think anyone on our opposition benches is oblivious to the fact that municipalities would like tools to raise more money to pay for infrastructure, especially if there's a lack of provincial infrastructure programs for them to tap into to deal with that growth. And to be clear, I fully supported back in Kamloops when we waived development cost charges for affordable housing, supportive housing projects, when we would actually accelerate the permitting process and move them to the front of the line through the Development Services Department. When we would do all those sorts of things, we had an affordable housing fund that people could tap into, a local affordable housing fund to help pay some of the costs if they were successful in getting grants out of BC Housing and other agencies and things of that nature. So I don't take issue with that. I don't take issue with the fact that this is at least protecting those types of carve-outs in terms of making sure that affordable housing projects are not subject to development cost charges and community amenity agreements. The problem is the minister is admonished us, I guess is the word I'll use, in terms of picking and choosing when we listen to local government, but in fact it's the government that's doing that. They're the ones bringing in the legislation, picking and choosing when they have or haven't listened to municipalities. So I thought, well, geez, the minister says UBCM is fully supportive of Bill 46, and I can understand why. So what else has the UBCM asked this minister for, specifically around housing? So I thought, well, let's just see what the most recent convention is, 2023. Well, look at that. EB 10 is a motion endorsed by UBCM around BC housing delays in their communities. Haven't seen any action out of this government on that. In fact, I can speak from experience in Kamloops. The housing that's been bought at 3 times assessed value, that was supposed to have people living in it in September, just one building alone of the 3, I'll just reference the 1, but all 3 are in similar states, actually still has no one living in it. Because it was a disaster of a purchase, as we warned this minister about, and everything we warned this government about has actually come to pass, and in fact, the person that they bought the building off that was supposed to do renovations didn't actually do the renovations, but the minister assured us due diligence was done on that purchase. And now, lo and behold, they have to go back in and keep renovating because the service provider wasn't able to use the building in the condition this government bought it in and tried turning the keys over to the service provider. That's one of an example of a few. In fact, the last report I saw, despite some of these units being bought 3 years ago, we have 80 units with people living in them out of 225, I think it is off the top of my head, from BC Housing. All overpaid for. That's just the Kamloops example, let alone all the other cities. So I can understand why UBCM would come to the minister and endorse a motion saying BC housing delays. Where's our support from the provincial government? Then you don't only have to look from EB 10 to EB 11 to see the affordable housing infrastructure upgrades. What that was endorsed by UBCM essentially says somewhat what the minister was just saying. And it's saying we're waiving the development cost charges. I'm paraphrasing it. The premise is municipalities are waiving the development cost charges for affordable housing units. They don't take issue with that. But you know who's not backstopping that infrastructure that still needs to be done? The province of BC. So it's very interesting, whenever someone needs actual dollars from a municipality out of this government, they don't seem to be listening and taking action. But if it's just enabling legislation to let municipalities bear the brunt of adding extra costs, be it to a local property tax owner or someone trying to build actual housing in a community, we'll push all of that over to them and let them wear that. And then they can try to figure out how to cover off the infrastructure deficit because we haven't funded it appropriately. So I guess the minister could correct me if I'm wrong, but this bill does assure that the waiving of development cost charges for things around affordable housing still will happen, which means that still creates an infrastructure deficit. The minister has spoken twice now in 2 different answers of his embrace of the direction of UBCM and support of UBCM's lobbying efforts. EB 11 very clearly is the Affordable Housing Infrastructure Upgrade resolution that was endorsed by the Assembly to have the provincial government help with the linear costs of infrastructure. Has the government taken steps to action that while they were bringing forward Bill 46?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Chair. Well, there's a lot of things in that. The question was short, but the preamble was long, so I'll try to address as many of the points the member made. You know, we are making historic levels of investments in affordable housing. The member's correct to note that. Yes, of course, local governments want us to continue to do that. I meet with local governments through UBCM. I met with a lot of local governments who obviously were very excited about the Community Housing Fund opening, the intake. And so we're going to continue to invest in communities. Now, you know, we just provided communities $1 billion for infrastructure. That's a significant, probably one of the largest direct grants for infrastructure to local governments in BC's history, because we know it's important to invest. I mentioned to the member that we provided money for the Iona wastewater facility, $250 million. So we're going to continue to make investments in infrastructure, but I'm struggling, and I really appreciate the member saying when he was mayor that he understood this, but I'm really struggling of why the opposition to this, when we understand that local governments need dollars for infrastructure. We understand that it's important to have that infrastructure to enable housing and have vibrant, healthy communities. why the resistance for a tool to be created so that local governments have the dollars, resources they need with a level of certainty and transparency that I think everybody in the public would want. There's a reason why local governments are pleased, and the member thinks it's because they just want more dollars. But there's also a reason why the home builder community is very happy with this as well, because I think both sides understand that infrastructure funding is vitally important. Both understand that that infrastructure is going to enable us have the ability to have more housing for people desperately needing it in our communities. And so, you know, if the question is, are we going to continue to support local governments? Yes. Does this tool allow local governments to be able to capture dollars for infrastructure, critically important infrastructure, police stations, fire halls, etc.? Yes. And are we going to continue to support local governments through supports with other infrastructure? The answer to that is yes as well.
Member.
Well, the minister can be confused why we don't support this, and frankly, it's because every bill that they've touched on housing over the last 7 years has been a disaster. Everything they have said that they would do to improve housing has done the exact opposite. And in fact, on Bill 44, the minister will recall that the initial response was this seemed like a good idea by a lot of municipalities. And then, as we actually got into the bill debate, which has unfortunately been cut off by this minister, as people started to understand the true ramifications of the bill, you started to hear from communities that they actually thought it wasn't such a great piece of legislation. That's why committee stage is important. That's why bill debate is important. And that's why not cutting off debate unilaterally is something that should not happen. So the minister can think that this is the greatest piece of legislation known to man. It's not. Municipalities, I get it. And municipalities, yes, they want revenue sources. And yes, developers want certainty. That's a given. But you know what both of those sides want too? They want certainty out of a provincial government that's created nothing but chaos in the housing industry. They actually want proper infrastructure programs from the provincial government that are on a regular basis, not one-off year-end money. And I'll inform the minister that yes, $1 billion sounds very impressive. It was around $15 million to the city of Kamloops after 6 or 7 years of no substantive infrastructure program to try to apply for. Infrastructure programs, you would actually see tens of millions of dollars come for projects, not $15 million once in 7 years. And of course they were thankful for that money. So of course they want to see this bill, and I totally can understand it. I'm not going to try to stand here and pretend that I don't understand why a municipal council would want some opportunity to potentially cover things off. But the minister is wrapping himself in defending this bill by saying he has taken action based on what UBCM and their membership have been asking for. The question was those same members with EB 11 actually asked the government to buck up in a meaningful way on infrastructure that is not being covered off for affordable housing infrastructure upgrades, because they don't get to charge these development cost charges and amenity agreements on affordable housing, which is understood, and I support that. I understand that. But what it needs then is the government that creates that clause to say, well, we're creating that clause to remove that revenue stream from a municipal government. We're going to cover the cost. That's what the ask was at UBCM. And the question to the minister is, has the government actioned that resolution from UBCM EB 11 2023 of the affordable housing infrastructure upgrades?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the motion passed at UBCM said that they wanted the province to fund the affordable housing, fund the acquisition of the land, and fund all the infrastructure for housing. And that's a tall ask for every single community. I can share with the member that right now we fund affordable housing at a record pace, at a record rate. And the Community Housing Fund is open for that right now. We provided the $1 billion funding. And of course, the Ministry of Finance will consider what future investments they're able to make to support local governments, just like we have in the past years. You know, there's been a lot of investments made in communities around the province. And of course, we're going to continue to make that. Again, the reason why I urge members to support this is the member himself said he was a mayor of Kamloops. I think he would understand what this tool means. I'm sure he would agree this tool will be used for good to be able to get the dollars for infrastructure. And I think the certainty and the predictability that comes with this, I think, is vitally important. I appreciate that there's a big discussion that happens in public about the need for infrastructure, for communities to have the fire halls, the police stations. This is a tool for them to be able to ensure they have the dollars so they can support the growth of our communities.
House Leader, third party.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question through you to the Minister. Why is this bill being managed by the Minister of Housing? It seems to me that this would be a municipal affairs situation. It's a local government act exclusively. Why isn't the Minister of Municipal Affairs stewarding this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks to the member for the question. And we've been working very closely with that ministry as well as we move forward on this.
Member.
That's good. It's good that they're working together. The question was, why is the Minister of Housing taking responsibility for what is, in the end, primarily the accountability of the Minister of Municipal Affairs?
Minister.
It's vitally important that we address the challenges we have around the housing crisis, that we get the housing we need. We now have a ministry that's dedicated to working on housing-related issues. And so when we bring in legislation that creates both the opportunity for the infrastructure that'll enable housing, but also ensure that those that are building the housing have the certainty and the predictability. It makes sense for the new Ministry of Housing. I know that we haven't had a Ministry of Housing in British Columbia dedicated, and so the team has been working closely with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs as we do this important work.
Member.
Isn't it a better characterization of what's happening is that the Minister of Housing is actually doing the Minister of Municipal Affairs work? This is the job of the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And the Minister is correct, we do have a Minister of Housing. Formerly, it was the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, because housing was, up until very recently, linked to municipal affairs. Like, I mean, actually, housing is in communities, and that's where and so I appreciate the distinction that the minister has made, that there's a minister that's responsible for housing, but there's a minister that's responsible for municipal affairs. And if you think about the management of this House, this bill, actually, all of the good things in it could have been debated today, this afternoon, alongside Bill 44, right next to it, in the House that's still open, just down the hallway. It's not being used right now. The heat's on in there, the lights are probably maybe dimmed, but there's space in there. And if the Minister of Municipal Affairs was responsible for this housing statutes bill, it didn't necessarily need to be a housing statutes bill. It could have been a Municipal Affairs, Local Government Act Statutes Amendment Act, Local Government Statutes Amendment Act, because this is dealing with the supporting the infrastructure in local governments. The programs that the minister is responding to as programs that the government's doing are programs that come under municipal affairs. The $1 billion came from municipal affairs. Not a small point, because UBCM has to figure out a way to have a relationship with this government. Now, UBCM has relationships with multiple ministers. That's true, 100%. However, we could have, just from a time management, I know the minister is also the government house leader, so there could have been an opportunity here to actually be debating this bill this afternoon. We could be debating the Miss Stats bill in there right now too. That is more to do with housing than this. Yeah. This is a bill that is the responsibility of the municipal affairs minister. Why is it that we waited for a couple of weeks while the minister was debating the housing bill to debate this bill that could actually have been shepherded through, well, it could have been shepherded through the House by any minister, but it certainly would have made sense to have this bill shepherded through the House by the municipal affairs minister. Why didn't this government do that?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Chair. It's unfortunate the member doesn't want me to be answering the questions here on this bill. But, you know, we do, I think the member would agree that there's a lot of important things in this bill that we may want to talk about this bill and ask questions about this bill so that we can get that important information. But if the members want to talk about other bills and generic things, then I understand. But we're here, and I'm happy to answer any questions the members have regarding this bill.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. Very quick question then to the minister. Will the inspector of municipalities still need to review and sign off on the development cost charge bylaws that come forward as a result of this bill?
Minister.
Yes, that is correct.
Member.
Is the Minister of Housing now responsible and oversees the Inspector of Municipalities, or is that still the Municipal Affairs Minister?
Minister.
It is the Ministry of Municipal Affairs.
Member.
So I guess when I hear the House Leader of the third party ask why is it the Housing Minister and not the Municipal Affairs Minister, given that all of the oversight of Bill 46 will be dealt with by the Municipal Affairs Minister and the Municipal Inspector of Municipalities, I think it's actually a pretty fair question, regardless of which bills are being debated when or where, why we'd have the Minister of Housing answering municipal affairs questions. I've dealt with a few other bills with the Municipal Affairs Minister. She seems very on point with her answers. She knows the file very well. Usually gives very direct and straightforward answers to people, has what I've heard from municipal members, a good working relationship with municipalities. I don't understand why the Housing Minister, who's also the House Leader, who's also in charge of the Legislative Review Committee, felt the need to essentially take over from her and not have the Municipal Affairs Minister deal with this. So has the minister, does the minister know what the current timeline currently is with the Inspector of Municipalities from the time that a municipality submits their development cost charge bylaw for review and the time it actually gets approved by the Inspector of Municipalities?
Minister.
Thank you, and certainly the member is correct that my colleague, the Minister for Municipal Affairs, is amazing, very capable, and I got a great deal of respect for her. Very hardworking, and certainly don't want anyone in this House suggesting that she's not capable of doing the important work that she does. And as much as I appreciate the member trying to be clever with this comment around DCC, the new ACC tool does not go to the inspector. So we're talking about a new tool, ACC tool, and it does not go to the inspector. He asked me about the other DCC bylaws, and that's correct, it does. But the new ACC tool does not. And now the members asked a more detailed question on some matters, and I've got my staff looking into that.
Member.
Well, the question I asked wasn't about the ACC tool. The question I asked was about the development cost charge, which is another major component of Bill 46. And in fact, the staff that the minister's current staff are searching for an answer for is probably the municipal affairs staff. To go to the point, and we're not trying to suggest anything about the Minister of Municipal Affairs. It's this government House leader, by the actions of who he has decided to have shepherd this bill through, that is sending whatever signals he wants to in this chamber. I've not heard anyone say anything contrary to her skills and abilities as a minister through opposition. So back to the development cost charges, the question was, what is the current timeline that it takes the municipal inspector of municipalities from the time a municipal government submits an updated development cost charge bylaw to having that development cost charge bylaw enacted?
Minister.
Depends on the complexity, but it can take 8 to 12 weeks.
Member Kamloops,
Thank you.
North Thompson.
Thank you. So it can depend on the complexity, and these are very complex. 8 to 12 weeks, frankly, sounds quicker than in the real world application of it when you talk to other municipal governments about how long it actually does take them and why it's an important timeline. Does the minister know that until it gets approved by the inspector of municipalities, cities are still by law having to charge the old development cost charge rate?
Minister.
Yes, it's possible that, that local governments have to wait a few weeks for that to be approved.
Member.
Thank you. Well, it's more than a few weeks. It's several months at best case scenario. And again, I would be surprised. We won't have time to canvass municipalities based on that answer by the time this bill has been crammed through this legislative session and closed off. But I think the minister might be surprised what the real timeline is versus what staff have indicated. The reason I'm asking is because there's a whole lot of components that go into development cost charge bylaws. And so I'm assuming that the minister here is not intending on making any changes to assist factors and things of that nature, but we'll get into that a bit later in the bill. The minister referenced the amenity cost recovery tool, and we are in section 1 still, which actually deals with that. It inserts it in. Why will that charge not have to be reviewed by the inspector of municipalities if indeed it only takes a couple of weeks to review? There's provisions around double counting that needs to be looked at. There's complexities of making sure that you're not charging for a park in your development cost charge bylaw as well as within the community amenity agreement. All of those nature come into effect. The percentage that new growth should pay for the community amenity versus existing residents. It's literally the same type of formulation. It's just a different set of projects that it will help fund. Why is that not subject to the same type of provincial overview as a development cost charge?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the approval of the inspector is not required for the ACC bylaws because the legislation contains explicit rules for setting rates and the authority for the province to limit rates if it's determined that they're deterring the construction of new housing supply, which is in Clause 7.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to, I think, close a bit of a loop that I opened up by asking about the why the Minister of Municipal Affairs was not shepherding this bill. I highlighted the management, the House management issue, and I think that from a bill management, it's important to raise that. However, my suspicion is that the Ministry of Housing actually developed this entire bill as one package. Is that in fact the case, that the Minister of Housing, the Housing Ministry, developed all of this policy, all this housing policy, including this amenity charge component to it, and that's the reason why Housing is managing this bill through the House now?
Minister.
Thank you, and thanks to the member for kind of clarifying, why he was asking the question. So I take him at his word for why he asked the line of question. I do get sensitive on the topic because, for example, just yesterday, the Attorney General was answering questions, and members of this House were asking her to go get help, to call me into this place. And women in this place, especially our ministers that are women, face that all the time. And so, but I do believe the member that raised that question now is honorable, and that's not his intention, but I just wanted to share with him my sensitivity around it. Now, that being said, the team that's working on this legislation was originally, when there was no Ministry of Housing, at the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. When the Ministry of Housing was created, that team came over to the Ministry of Housing. So yes, we work closely with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, but that core team that handled that is now with the Ministry of Housing.
Sorry, 1 second. I have to acknowledge you first, member. Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Mr. Chair, what the minister just said is completely outrageous. This is the government House leader that chose, with no notice, to put the Attorney General on the pin on a bill that was not her part of the bill to deal with, and had her come in with an amendment to try to follow through on something the Premier directed her to do. It had nothing to do, no, Mr. Speaker, it had nothing to do with the gender of the minister responsible whatsoever. It had everything to do with the scheduling of this House leader. That is reprehensible that he is trying to say that we were questioning a minister about a bill in this House based on gender.
Let's take a deep breath,
to be withdrawn by
and
this
then we'll
minister
take a deep breath. I ask all members to try and treat each other with respect, and I ask members to direct comments through the chair and listen to each other. Respond respectfully, and don't cast aspersions one way or the other. And I would ask members to take that into their consideration. Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
So, Mr. Chair, is that you asking the minister to retract his statement, calling us, alluding to the fact that a male in opposition is not allowed to ask a female cabinet minister questions about a bill that he, as the government House leader, put in charge of those sections of the bill with no notice, and created the situation and is trying to...
Please.
Mr. Chair,
member,
you just said we can't have cast aspersions, and this House leader did.
Member, I was starting to remind members that discussion of bills that happened yesterday is for yesterday, and that goes to the Housing Minister as well, as that in this House, discussions about legislation, who said what under other bills, that's to happen in those places. We're here for the discussion on Bill 46, and I would ask us all to take a moment to If there are points of privilege people want to raise, they are welcome to, but this is we're trying to get to the debate here, and I'd ask us all to just take a moment to focus on that. I see the House Leader for the third party.
I rise to reserve my right to make another point of privilege today.
Thank you, and member for Kamloops North Thompson.
I rise to reserve my right to a point of privilege as well.
Thank you, members. Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
So you're just going to stand by your comments? That's embarrassing.
Members, we're not going to have a debate back and forth across the table. Please.
Your response was the accusation.
Members, let's take a moment. We have a job to do here. Let's focus on this job for the people of BC. Thank you. So we're coming back. Members, we have a bill to discuss here. Can we please, okay. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. Thank you. We will be resuming committee on Bill 46 shortly, just waiting for a few more members to join us in the chamber. Just putting this out on the broadcast so everybody can hear it and come to take their appointed places. Thank you. All right, members, I'd like the call committee back to order. We're here with Bill 46, Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I made some comments previously in a previous answer, and for that, I'd like to withdraw.
Thank you, Minister. So noted. We're here on Clause 1, and I recognize the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, the Minister indicated that, and I recognize we'll get to Clause 7 possibly. We will be through this bill one way or the other based on the government's time management of the clock by the end of the day. So this may wander into Clause 7 as a question, but we're also dealing with amenity cost recovery in Clause 1 as well. So Section 25(1) of the Local Government Act is what's being amended with Clause 1. And provide that Division 19.1 amenity cost recovery of Part 14 applies to the municipality, and that's D1. And if you go and look at the existing legislation, it's D, and it provide that Division 19 development costs recovery of Part 14 applies to the municipality as if the municipality were in a resort region. I'm just wondering, the Minister has said, well, the amenity cost charge, you know, it has restrictions on it, and it's not the same as the development cost charge, so therefore it doesn't need the Inspector of Municipalities to review it. But when you actually look at what an amenity cost charge is, it's very similar to development cost charge. It's just a different mix of functions that a municipality needs to fund. And the rates and the calculations are going to be based very similar as a development cost charge. So again, how can one be deemed to be so complicated it needs final approval by the provincial government before it can be enacted by a municipality, but the secondary piece that will actually be brand new creation for most municipalities can just get done on the goodwill of whatever a municipality deems it to be?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the difference is with the DCCs, it's core infrastructure. So and with the amenities, it's more about complete communities. And so what we've done is the work that the inspector does, we've built it straight into the legislation.
House Leader, third party.
Was this bill drafted as one bill?
Member.
Was this bill and the Bill 44 and maybe the other housing bills that we've seen in front of us drafted as part of one call for legislation and called all together and brought forward together?
Minister.
No, all the pieces of legislation, they do work together, but it was not done together.
Member.
So there was no real reason then, other than a choice by the government, to make this bill a bill that's being administered by the housing minister rather than the one that the minister that is actually responsible for this legislation when it comes to, I mean, this is about housing because it happens as a result of housing, but it's not about housing, it's about municipal governments, which is why we have a municipal affair. So I'm just wanting to find out where the line that has now been blurred, where we can add some definition to it.
Minister.
Well, the specific work around this came from the DAPR review, and so there was a specific team that was doing the work around DAPR, and the other pieces obviously were different. The teams do work together, but they were really two separate pieces.
Member.
One act though, right? The Local Government Act is the same act as the one that we were amending before, that the way that the legislation is drafted is that it works its way through each section of the Local Government Act in a coherent way. It starts at the lower numbers and it works to the larger numbers. And so you have this situation where you're dealing with different sections of the Local Government Act, but it's still the same act, right?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it is the same act, but again, two different processes, two different teams working on this.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a process within the Housing Ministry that could take Bill 44 and Bill 46 and get them together, like in the same document?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Again, to the member, completely different teams, different legislative drafting teams as well working on this. Again, all the pieces, yes, they work together, but it is distinctly different.
Member.
So that's not how communities work, like at all. Everything is actually interconnected. That's why it's in the Local Government Act, not in the Housing Act and the Regional District Act and the Infrastructure Funding Act. That's the reason why it's all brought together under the Local Government Act. And I guess the illustration that I'm hoping to paint or to draw is that there was a decision to keep these two bills separate, even though they were introduced around very near to the same time. There was a decision to have them introduced separately, even though for coherence and ability to be able to debate the implications of this in a coherent way, which we haven't been, because multiple times through the process, through the other bill, it was like, well, that's going to have to be debated in the next bill. We couldn't have a conversation. But the outcome of that has had some really distinct results. It means that the minister, because the minister made the decision to bring them forward separately at the end of the session, this bill is going to get less time for debate. The Bill 44 got shuttered early. Bill 46 will be shuttered early. Bill 45 isn't going to be debated until the very end. It also, those sections, the very unfortunate incident that happened here a little while ago need not have happened if those encampment pieces were also part of this legislation and this coherent approach to housing. So the minister, is it true then that there's no way to get Bill 44 and Bill 46 and get the drafters to put it in a single document so that we would have either debated it and it would have been clearly part of housing, or could have been the case that today, right now, we could have been still debating 44 and we could have had the minister that's actually responsible for this, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, to be doing the work in the House that's now closed. Again, it's not technically closed. We can still use it. It's still available to us. Is that a correct analysis of the situation that we find ourselves in?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I respectfully have answered the question that different teams were working on this and in separate, all the pieces worked closely together. And I'm sure if we put different pieces together, then there would be a critique that it was an omnibus bill and it's a challenge for everybody to navigate what's in it. And so, it's all hypothetical, but what I'm saying is that we had two different teams doing the work and all those work together, and that's reflected here.
Member for Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've had the fall of local government and understand very clearly it's not hypothetical, that there's an actual legislative drafting process that is in place with the teams. So were there shared legislative drafting teams that went in on the work on these bills? And further to that, there's a legislative review committee that sits in the executive team that would have reviewed these bills. So where is the interaction? Did you have multiple members of both local government and the housing team on the legislative review team working collaboratively on this? Or were they completely separate, and how, if so, did you manage to bring these forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The policy was done jointly with Muni, but there were separate drafting teams that worked on the pieces.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm then that the two drafting teams, again, I've been involved with bringing in legislation through both the Local Government Act, the Community Charter, and the Vancouver Community Charter, there is work that is required when there is legislative changes that are being brought forward. So the two teams would have at some point have had to come together to look at the impacts from a legislative perspective on what the impact of these bills on all of the different legislative aspects of the bill.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the drafting teams were separate, but yes, they had meetings to discuss what was happening in other ministry, and then also the policy development. We worked with Muni, and so What I'm saying is there was collaboration between us and Muni. That's the first thing I want to say. Second, there are separate drafting teams, and yes, the drafting teams would have to talk to each other.
Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that speaks to the point that the legislative team, the policy team, all would have worked with the local government team. And invariably, the Minister of Local Government would have been involved in this process. So if that's the case, why isn't the local government minister provided the opportunity to be moving this legislation through in a second house so that we would have a fulsome opportunity to have the necessary debate needed to respect all of the local governments across this province and other levels of First Nations and other levels of government?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I shared with the member earlier, the team that led this work was originally in Muni. When our ministry was created, that team came to our ministry. And so the work has been happening in our ministry, and that's why our ministry is bringing it forward.
House Leader, third party.
Yeah, thank you. Just maybe want to just switch gears here a little bit. I think the point's been made that the choices that have been made here to manage this House, and I think that it's important that the point is made, because I don't think British Columbians should be left with anything in their imagination about why it is that we stand where we stand today. The Minister's responses, the questions that were asked, the whole fiasco that happened in the hallway here, all of that is a result of choices that were made by the members of the opposition, but by the members, the government House Leader, the person who's managing all of these bills. The incident, frankly, that happened yesterday, if there was a coherent housing plan put in front of us, and given the time for people to see it, given the time, the credit for people to be able to go in and understand what's being proposed. The Minister got offended earlier on when I suggested that there was a deliberate attempt to make it difficult for us to track this in a coherent way. I think it's a legitimate criticism of the process that we've undertaken over the last few weeks. How this works is really important. It's every one of those 85 communities, after all. Does the Minister know what the infrastructure deficit is in British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Staff informed me that it's really difficult to give an exact number, but the infrastructure needs, yeah, they are significant in communities throughout the province. It depends on the size of the community, et cetera. And that's why tools like this are important for communities to have the dollars they need for to support growth in their communities. And that's why it's important that, like the $1 billion and other investments that have happened, to invest in the other infrastructure that's needed in communities.
Member.
Does the minister have like just a ballpark round number? No, there's no clue. UBCM doesn't have a number, or no. I think that part of the reason why it's important that we understand the infrastructure deficit that exists in the province, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, it's billions of dollars. It's important to understand that number so that we can put into context what is being offered back in return as the solution for it. A $1 billion infrastructure fund one time, the minister can say it quick and it can roll off his tongue and it can sound like it's having a dramatic impact. It sounds like a big number. But the reality of it is that the infrastructure deficit in this province is 10 times bigger than that, maybe 100 times bigger than that. It's one of the reasons why we called for this government to, until there's a new fiscal framework in place, extend $1 billion in grants using the same formula. In fact, I actually quite like the formula that the Minister of Municipal Affairs came up with. I like that bit of work. It's unfortunate that the Minister of Finance hasn't seen the opportunity that fund provides. In fact, the only critique that I have of that program and of that project, and I talked to the Municipal Affairs Minister during the supplementary debate, estimates this past spring, was that there wasn't enough money for it. That to stand up and say $1 billion in infrastructure as a bit of rhetoric can sound like a lot more is happening than actually is. And it doesn't mean that local governments aren't going to be thankful for it. I know that we get into that kind of point making in the legislature here as well. I haven't heard a local government say that they don't appreciate the $1 billion of infrastructure that's going to help them through their deficit, but it's clearly not enough. And we know that actually one of the most limiting factors, and the minister can stand up and point to this bill, we know that one of the most limiting factors to a local government is the fact that we have these conditional granting programs. And the conditional granting programs are really a way for the provincial government to take credit for the spend. So there's actually communications guidelines around it, so that if you get the money, you got to have the Government of BC logo. You got to do the charade. You got to give props to whoever it is that needs good feelings that day. And I think that the challenge is, and the reason why I've been asking these questions, is because the Minister of Municipal Affairs is responsible for those other programs. And the Minister of Housing is delivering one piece, similar like what happened in Bill 44, one zone, one use, single small use, that's now the Minister of Housing. The rest of local government, that's still Municipal Affairs, apparently. Same thing here. This piece of infrastructure development financing bill, that's Minister of Housing. Everything else, Minister of Municipal Affairs. Apparently, maybe, until a different minister shows up to talk about it potentially. But the problem is that, and so I made the point about house management. Now I'll make the point about this. It makes it very difficult for us to debate policy that's in a different ministry than the minister that's sitting here. The minister that's sitting here doesn't have a responsibility for all of the other municipal, unless the minister that's sitting here is making the decisions in municipal affairs. But having a conversation about how this links with the $1 billion plan, not just that we have a $1 billion plan so that you can say that we have a $1 billion plan, but how does it link with the $1 billion plan, the discussion around that plan, the potential future of that plan? it's actually an important piece. The minister has just sloughed it off and said, well, it doesn't make a difference. You know, I argued, I said, okay, well, you could actually physically link it in the bill, gave the minister that option, but no, they chose to fracture it. So now we've got two bills. And now that we have two bills, is the minister not concerned that he's unable to provide the context in the way that the Minister of Municipal Affairs will absolutely be able to provide in terms of the programs, the funding programs that this provincial government, and specifically that Minister of Municipal Affairs, is delivering on behalf of or to local governments in the province?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's true that federal, provincial governments have to continue to support local governments with infrastructure. I spoke about the $1 billion to support local governments. The member says maybe it's 10 times more the need. Maybe. We know the need is great in communities. Certainly some smaller communities have even greater needs. The member was asking questions about future spends. And the question, the answer would be the same from whatever minister gives you, which is it's a process that we have to go through with finance. We have to go through Treasury Board. And unless it's been announced, or you're not able to announce future plans, I can talk about the funding that is available now. And then the other piece is when the funding goes out to communities, whether it's our government, previous government before that, it's important to know where the money went. It's important to know what the infrastructure went to. And so, you know, the member characterized it as just so that we can, you know, put up a sign or something. It's important to communicate, but it's also really important to know where the infrastructure dollars went, because when we go into estimates, we're going to be asked questions about that $1 billion, about where communities put those dollars, and we need to have that information available.
Member.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, the point about you know, and I think that what's important is that the minister doesn't get confused that I'd be asking the same questions to the Minister of Municipal Affairs as I'm trying to get from the Minister of Housing. We would have a much different conversation about. We likely would have had quite a long conversation about how this fits within all of the programs and services that Municipal Affairs is responsible for. Again, what we're hearing is just this is good enough. Just trust us that it's good enough. I'll throw the minister will throw $1 billion around a couple times to make everyone feel like it's good enough, but yet municipalities, well, I think electoral areas are somewhat concerned with. So there were some changes that I think that the fund could deliver. And that would be some amendments to the electoral area distribution. I think that could have been some work. Could have had that conversation in addition to how it is that those local governments on the Southern Gulf Islands that's impacted their how they could have accessed funds. And I think that the point need not be lost that actually we need to understand what the total cost of the infrastructure is. The fact that the minister can feel accomplished saying, we don't know. We don't know what the infrastructure deficit is, but feel like we're solving it. Feel like that. Get the feeling like we're solving it. Billion. Did I say it enough? Feel like it. But there's no fact-based conversation that we can have here that we're working from the same set of facts, because the minister is reluctant and has been reluctant for 2 weeks to provide facts and data and stats and analysis. All has to come after the fact. So, you know, I think that this is an incredibly important part of the whole package that we've been putting forward is the infrastructure. I'm just wondering if the minister can confirm that there's infrastructure financing that can come from this bill for the dams and the dikes and the culverts and wildfire suppression, I know that there's fire halls, but can the minister talk about how this bill will impact the ability of local governments to provide the infrastructure that's needed in those neighborhoods that I was talking about in the earlier bill that this minister is going to require to be built, even though they might be marginal and insurance companies might suggest that they shouldn't be built there?
Minister.
Again, thanks, Chair. And again, to the member, I understand the point he's making, that the infrastructure needs are great in communities. I said $1 billion, he said it's probably 10 times that. We can go back and forth on that. But the $1 billion is significant to supporting communities. It's welcomed by communities. The flexibility for them to use the dollars for what they need is important. A few years before, we had another $1.2 billion fund with the federal government partnership investing in Canada. Of course, that went to important things. And so those types of partnerships are going to be important as we go forward. The federal government, as I've shared, has already signaled that they're going to come in with infrastructure dollars attached to housing. And they have the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is important. But I say that because we're going to invest and support local governments, but it's important that the federal government do that as well, and we're going to have to find ways to partner with local governments to make that happen.
House Leader, third party.
Does the minister agree, I should say, that that understanding what the target is an important thing in order to understand how it is that we're going to generate the revenue that we need? So how did the minister arrive at the results that we see here in Bill 46 in terms of how much money is generated?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this legislation sets out rules to ensure charges are reasonable, so including a few things. Amenity cost charges can only be used to pay capital costs and must benefit the development being charged. Local governments must consult with the development community on planned amenities and the charge on development. Local governments must conduct an economic analysis to ensure proposed rates do not deter development. Costs must be shared between existing and new users, and developers only pay for the portion allocated to the new users.
We have time for one more question because we will be recessing at 6. Member for Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, we signed a bilateral 10-year agreement with the federal government for $2.3 billion. That work went in to support local governments across British Columbia, specifically for small-scale water systems, for the type of infrastructure that we're now looking at creating legislature that is almost like we are abandoning this government going and working on the bilateral agreement with the federal government. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, has the government abandoned this 10-year agreement that runs out this year? It was a 10-year agreement, bilateral agreement with the federal government, $2.3 billion that goes towards local governments that was supposed to be renegotiated so that funds would actually go to local governments. And further through you, Mr. Speaker, if I had the Minister of Local Government, I could ask that minister specifically, but perhaps through you, Mr. Chair, to this minister, he could reach out and find out where those negotiations are at.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the member's question. So that $2.3 billion fund is in the process right now, being renegotiated with the federal government, and we're hoping that it'll be a positive outcome.
Thank you, members. This committee will be in recess until 7 p.m. Thank you. We are now recessed.
I'll call the committee to order. We are on Bill 46, Housing Statutes, Development Financing. The chair has the floor. Thank you for that support. Bill 46, Housing Statute, Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. Recognizing the member for Parksville-Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. In communities that already have community amenity contribution policies, will this bill, when it becomes an act, replace those or make those null and void?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. No, it doesn't. This is just a new tool that's available to communities.
Member.
So, and this bill, I appreciate the intentions of this bill to add predictability to development. I mean, that's one of the challenges that we've seen with community amenity contribution policies is it creates a situation where developers could have an application come before council and have absolutely no idea what the cost is that they will have to pay for those amenities. Is there a reason why those existing community amenity contribution policies are allowed to continue in a world where we recognize that maybe those are not the most transparent forms of contributions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of folks showed up. The late night duty is a popular one. So thank you. To the member, the new tool we believe is a way more effective. So I agree with the member. It creates more certainty for everyone involved. And the intention with this is to make it in a way that all local governments will want to adopt it. And we suspect many will adopt it. But it is another tool that's available right now.
Member.
I was going to ask this question in Bill 44, and it's sort of related to this, and so hopefully the minister can understand the overlap between having two very similar bills. In the community of Qualicum Beach, there's currently an amenity contribution policy that every time a property is rezoned, that each individual property is assessed to determine what the uplift or land lift would be, and the private property owner has to pay 50% of that amount. What we've seen through Bill 44, and I was hoping that this bill would sort that out, what we've seen through Bill 44 is a requirement by next June that a whole swath of my community has been rezoned. That amenity contribution policy, if it is to remain in place, could lead to a significant cost to many, many homeowners. Is that, I guess through Bill, this one that we're debating here right now, there's no intention to restrict that type of blanket uplift policy that's been considered here?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First thing is important that the municipal governments will need to get their own legal advice on how to proceed, which tool is more beneficial for them. I think that's the first important piece. And it's hard for me to give you an exact answer because I'm not sure the specific policy that you're talking about for your community. But this new tool will enable local governments to be able to gather the revenues they need for the amenities in a more certain way. And so we were having a little bit tough time understanding the specific of what you're talking about, but generally this is a new tool. But remember, it's correct to note that as rezonings become less, because communities will be upzoning their communities, that many communities will want to adopt this new tool.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And the Minister, in a roundabout way, answered the question. It was just, does this bill consider that? And the answer is no. So that's fine. One of the reports that was originally mentioned by the Minister early on was the Opening Doors report, which is quite a fulsome report about the challenges that we face in our communities. And the 10th recommendation is that the provincial government conduct a full review of local government revenue sources and spending responsibilities. And it's around this idea of amenities. Has that review taken place?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for the delay for just getting the specific language the member was referring to. So the second part of it is exactly what we're doing here. This review should include consideration digital enhanced funding resources for infrastructure amenities that are more predictable and do not rely on rezoning the development process. The portion of the full review, the top part of that, I think we're talking about the same thing. It's work that's happening with our ministries with UBCM right now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's disappointing that this hasn't taken place because if you read the full paragraph and it says this review should include consideration of additional or enhanced funding sources for infrastructure and amenities that are more predictable. This bill does that. and do not rely on rezoning or development process. This relies on the rezoning and the development process. The idea of an amenity contribution through a rezoning process or through the development process is exactly what we have here. I guess the question I have is, we've already canvassed that communities have amenity contribution policies already. Those will be allowed to be maintained. There's a new tool that's being used. As we look at other options, it says preference should be given to means that capture land value through taxation rather than home building. So this bill that we're talking about is through the home building process, not through the taxation process. What consideration has been taken as far as looking at the mechanisms that local governments can use as far as loan amounts for long-term capital, as opposed to using these, whether development cost charges or amenity contributions? What consideration has taken place as far as other mechanisms that could be used to ensure that some of these long-term assets could be funded through debt, which would be a far more equitable way of making sure that both new and current homeowners are able to contribute to that, that amenity?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's three parts to this. First, the review is happening. I think, I'm not sure if the member heard me, but the UBCM and the ministries are doing that review right now. The member said this relies on rezoning. This new tool does not rely on rezoning. And so I'm not sure what that miscommunication is, but this new tool does not rely on rezoning for the revenues. And the third one around loans, etc., that ability exists through the Municipal Finance Authority.
Recognizing the member for Caribou North.
Mr. Chair, I just first I want to acknowledge that we have staff that have now come from local government ministry. I think that's critically important as we canvass these pieces of legislation, and I know the good work that the Ministry of Local Government do. As we've been following through a lot of these pieces of legislation, one thing that we haven't really delved into and understand how each of these bills interconnect is around the community charter, specifically section 226, as a tool for local governments on how we can support. It is a tool that local governments have to utilize. I wonder what the contemplation was in all of these bills, specifically this one and this clause, providing a tool to local governments specifically as it relates to the community charter in section 226.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Can the member maybe rephrase it? Because we're trying to get an understanding of, I know the member's got experience in this file, just getting an understanding of how that specific piece that she mentioned relates to resources or funding for local governments. If the member could just help us out and we'll get the answer.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. What I'm trying to gain through the ministry is Section 226 is a tool often that local governments can utilize in order to fund different types of specifically around industry, rates, and things like that. It's a powerful tool that local governments can access on how they fund amenities in their community. So I'm just trying to understand, we've got lots of discussion in these bills around the Local Government Act. I haven't heard a lot on the Community Charter, and specifically the tools, and I guess it speaks to the importance of understanding the responsibility of the local government ministry and how it's working with the Ministry of Housing to make sure that all of these different acts and legislation ensures that local governments continue to have the tools that they need.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And clearly, it's a person who was a former minister of this file, and it's a very detailed question. So, there are two tools. I just put it in the record. I know the member knows this. The tool the member referred to has got property taxes. It's got the ability to support forms of revitalization in communities, and this is focused on development. And so they're different. They're just two different tools. This is another tool that's available now to local governments to help ensure that amenities that need to come with growth in community can be resourced for local government.
Member for Parksville, Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. So the 3 points from before, I appreciate that review is taking place with UBCM. Was UBCM consulted on the bill as it is right now, and did they as a body agree and encourage this?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and the member is correct. I shared earlier that UBCM passed a resolution to have this type of tool made available to them. Many communities, I won't repeat it, it's in the record, many communities passed resolutions asking for this type of thing. And of course, for UBCM, they really welcome the transparency and certainty that comes with this new amenity charge tool. There's some work that we still need to do with local governments around kind of unique needs in each community, but generally they think this is fantastic.
Member.
Thank you. UBCM has also called on this government to fund 40% of these types of infrastructure projects. Is that a consideration as this bill was being brought through? Is that a consideration that UBCM could expect? I know UBCM received a letter back in 2017 saying government was looking at doing this, and just wondering if that's something that's being considered.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think the member is referring to a grant program with the 40%, and there's conversations happening between UBCM, municipal affairs, finance, etc. right now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, that's important because as this bill lays out, is you cannot over-collect. And so if local governments are looking at collecting whatever that dollar amount is, if they can anticipate a certain amount to come in from provincial government, then they don't want to collect that money and then be in a situation where they've over-collected. The Minister mentioned that local governments can have access to loans through MFA. Of course, MFA offers tremendously good rates for loans, but the process is very cumbersome for local governments. Unless it's under a specifically exempted clause, it requires electoral assent. The 10th recommendation from this opening doors policy was that the preference should be given to capture land value through taxation rather than home building. And so that's why I brought up that question and comment as why this bill doesn't take into consideration the inflexibility of borrowing as it requires electoral assent, and what was the consideration and why was that not a part of this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The borrowing, the member referred to, that there's a lot of local government. Local government has to engage the public quite a bit, but of course, I think he fully understands that the public will be responsible to pay that loan back, and so that's why those kind of stringent rules are in place for that. That being said, the specific piece around the land value capture piece, it is a conversation that finance is leading because it's a tax measure, but they are engaged with UBCM and others on it, but I can't provide a further update on where that's at.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's I see that as a tremendous barrier for local governments. Yes, it's a burden that future members of the community will have to pay, but either way, that's going to have to get paid for. And so local government determines priorities. They establish those with their community, and it can mean with when electoral assent is required, if it's a rec center or something like that. It creates inequities where if you have to save up money for a really long time to build that amenity, often you're losing substantial investment dollars as cost escalations go up, as inflation goes up, and as the current users who have paid into that system no longer have access or won't have access to that amenity. It creates some real inequities. And so the purpose of this bill, as I see it, is to eliminate some of those inequities. I don't need any comments from the Minister on that unless he so wishes. And I do want to correct that I did mention rezonings as when this gets triggered, and of course it's through the subdivision process or the building permit authorization process, but often that is the rezoning process. And so as we go through and local governments consider this new tool that they have access to, compare that with the community amenity contribution policies that already exist in our communities. The community amenity contribution policies are very flexible. They can come up with any rules they want. You contrast that with this, and you have to create that balance between new and existing users. What incentive would there be for local government to even use this tool, as opposed to continuing to use the inflexible and untransparent amenity contribution policies that exist across the province?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate the member's question. I think that the level of certainty in planning that comes with this tool is incentive enough for local governments to want to use it, especially as we're moving to having more rezoning of properties up front. It makes more sense to be using this tool as they move forward. I can share that many communities have already told us that they're going to start right away, start shifting towards this, because it gives staff more predictability, but it also gives the proponents coming in a lot more certainty. And so I know that communities are going to start adopting it because it makes sense for them.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I see the predictability for a developer. I mean, you've got a clean document that itemizes each individual amenity. There's a formula for how that's calculated. They know when they bring an application forward what they're going to pay. But we also know that local governments use to their advantage the fact that if they have a policy right now where they are the arbiters of that, like we have a land lift policy in one of the communities in my constituency, and that land lift assessment is done by staff, so they can determine what they feel is appropriate. And so, yes, it creates more certainty for the development community, but it eliminates that ambiguity or that power that council has right now. And so I appreciate that there are some local governments that are looking at this as trying to create a more streamlined development approval process. That's to be commendable. But I'm just trying to understand for communities that want to have that arbitrary power granted to local government, and it's not entirely arbitrary. I mean, they have to have clear policies for that. But I still don't understand the rationale as to why communities that have these amenity contribution policies, I'm thinking of the one in my community that I think the funds are basically for general revenue. Like they go to an asset, but they don't have to fit under these class of amenity under 570.1. Like literally it's a free-for-all. And so I just want to ask the minister again, recognizing this information, what incentive is there for a local government that wants that arbitrary power to move towards this formulaic process?
Could I ask the side conversations to step outside the room, please? And I'll recognize the minister.
Don't mess with this chair. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. Unanimous consent, support, I think, would be that for that. Thanks to the member. I appreciate where the member's going with this. There are some communities that like that negotiation. Maybe it's a benefit for them to be able to negotiate. I know sometimes it takes years to that negotiation. What this tool does, yes, that negotiation would go away with this new tool. But what I think it does for, and you've already made it clear for the proponent coming forward, whether it's a not-for-profit or for-profit builder, it gives them certainty for sure, because they know up front what their costs are. Because really a challenge that we've heard from that community, the home building community, is that going through that process and investing so much money up front to do something and then getting to a protracted negotiation, it puts a lot of projects at risk. Because then they're like, oh man, we've already invested this much, what do we do? And so it makes it really challenging for projects to go through. So that's the home building side of the community. But what we're saying with this tool is actually it gives the municipality, the local government, a lot of predictability as well. And this is why UBCM called for it. This is why the local governments are working with us on it, because it allows them to have upfront planning, it allows them to know how much revenue is going to come for what amenity, have the community engaged, make it public what amenities they want to build. So it actually gives everybody more certainty. And I think that's why it's being received the way it has been from local government. And yes, the new tool does move away from that negotiation that sometimes happens.
We do have a quorum in the room, so if people are having a side conversation, if they could step outside, that would be great. Recognizing the member from Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. Like all good chairs, you're laying down the law, but you're doing it with a smile, and I appreciate that. The minister's made it very clear that this tool adds consistency and predictability. But again, local governments can continue to use the old tool, and that's and so that's what's going to happen in some communities, and that's up to the councils to make that decision. Is there been any consideration as this moves forward? I know there's a clause in here that provides some restrictions on this, but when these amenity contribution policies are put in, they're based on new homes. The idea is that new people to a community are paying for their impact on the community. As we go through the list of different amenities that would be captured by this, social, cultural, heritage, recreational, environmental, and then a list of some examples, but it's quite broad. And I see a tremendous risk of local governments putting together a laundry list of things they'd love to see in their communities, costing them out, with an intention to build them way down the road. But these, all these little earmarked amounts will go into different reserve accounts for different amenities to the detriment of affordability. And I do recognize there's a clause further on that says that these can't be used to impact affordability. But again, that's arbitrary, and it's to be tested. And so what consideration has there when this was drafted about the impact of communities, local governments, putting in so many amenities that those costs become so high that it actually deters development in our communities?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And so this is going to be a little bit longer answer, but I want to just put it on the record. So first, I want to just lay out the process for local governments to implement the amenity cost charge. So first, they determine areas for projected growth based on official community plans, housing needs report, other planning documents. Then assess the current state of amenities, identify what amenities are needed to support increased supply in areas of projected growth and capital costs of these amenities. Then they develop contents of amenity cost charge bylaw, which identifies the area or areas where charges will be imposed, the amenity project list for each area, the amount of charges for each area to fund the identified amenities. Next, the local government needs to determine any waivers that will be provided, affordable housing, etc. Then consult the proposed amenities and rates with affected parties such as folks in development community, the public, neighboring communities, First Nations. So, and then of course incorporate that feedback. So that's the process. Now, the member asked about kind of checks and balances. Charges can only be imposed for development that results in growth and that benefits from these amenities. Charges are restricted to one-time capital costs, which must be shared between existing residents and new residents. Developers only pay the portion for new residents. Rules to prevent against double charging for amenity project and to require consultation. There's a public accountability measure, such as a rule about how the charges may be spent. And lastly, authority for the province to set specific requirements and limit costs if needed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. It's, I mean, that outlines the process, but it doesn't really get to the crux of the question, which is what happens when a local government earmarks all sorts of additional amenities that drive up the cost of new construction. In my community right now, the sewer DCC alone for a new single-family home is something like $27,000. You add to that additional costs that are to be borne by new development. If we have a council that says, you know, we have enough childcare right now, which in my community we don't, but say they accept that, and say they accept that the water infrastructure in their community is sufficient for the existing homes, which again, those depreciate, but you know, say they list all these different amenities that they say, we're fine now, but every new home that comes in, well, that's a big cost. And so they have that discretion to set that balance between existing homeowners and new homeowners. And they have the potential to add all sorts of new amenities to that list. And so the question originally was not how the process works or the checks and balances, but what happens when this list of new amenities that are being charged for new homes gets to the point where it's so cost prohibitive to see the type of development that we want to see in our communities so people can afford to live there.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I think I said this, but I'll say it again. Local governments must consult with the development community on planned amenities and the charge on development. Local governments must conduct an economic analysis to ensure proposed rates do not deter development.
Recognizing Caribou North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, building on what my colleague just was canvassing about the list of amenities. So what happens, and I certainly have had this experience in local government, with a local government sets forward a list of amenities that they decide are important to move forward. They put it into a capital reserve account. The development takes a significant period of time to move forward, and a local government decides to access that capital reserve account for different projects. So what's to stop a local government over from a four-year time is a very small amount of time in the development field. So what's to stop a local government from going and accessing that capital reserve account for using it for other projects?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the dollars are tied to a reserve area, and it requires a public bylaw. So it's a very public process. And this ties into Clause 7, where there's kind of details and rules around it.
Recognizing Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. So the Minister said that these new provisions that are going to be allowed to local governments for amenity cost recoveries are not able to deter development. And again, this comes back to the reasonableness question that we talked about before. In my community, between all the various fees, you could be looking at $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 per home in amenity contributions. The fact is that these assets cost money. And so the idea that provision that it says can't deter development will not restrict local governments from bringing this to be so excessive that some homes don't get built. I'm not saying that all homes won't, but it will deter some homes. Has there been any consideration about the impact as we see the rezoning of single-family lots to allow for 4 homes, the impact of this potentially meaning that on a home that could have 4 people living on it, 4 families living on it, that we might only see 3 or 2 because it will impact the balance of the costs and may become cost prohibitive to fully maximize the utilization of that lot.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I understand where the member is kind of going with the question, but that's why the economic analysis piece is important. Because that step is going to be important because they may find from the economic analysis that they're making projects unviable, which would be contrary to what the rules have laid out in the legislation.
Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Thanks, Chair. Just trying to wrap my head around this a little bit, if the minister will indulge me, because legislation through the ACCs, DCCs, and the minister keeps saying cannot deter investment. By whose standards? By what measure? By what level are we looking at when we say do not deter investment? And how will the minister know if investment is deterred? As a former mayor, I know when we were talking about any form of a DCC, some of our contractors said we may not invest at all if you actually put this in. We talk about reasonableness, whatever that means. It sounds very arbitrary to me. So can the minister actually explain how he will be able to determine if investment has been deterred? Because when we're looking around right now, nobody's not saying that we have a housing shortage. And a lot of people can point to different reasons for that. I won't get into my political narrative of what I think's caused it, a lot of it. But I think in all fairness, everybody judges differently what they think will be a reasonable investment and return on their investment if they want to change the zoning, if they want to put in a duplex, fourplex. They might change their mind. I mean, there's so many things on this that could be arbitrary. So how will the minister know if a community has deterred investment through anything they've done through a DCC or ACC?
The minister has, I'm not going to, I was going to declare a recess. Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members for letting me step out for 30 seconds to pick up my son's call. Single parenting right now, and anytime he calls, I think the house is burning down. So it wasn't. It was a pocket dial. So yeah, here I thought my son cared enough to want to see how I'm doing. But so I appreciate that. I appreciate the member's question because any cost might be seen as something that is a challenge for somebody that wants to build a home. But I think generally there's an understanding, whether you're a home builder, local government, public, that we need infrastructure to support housing. So there's a couple of things. One, I think the economic analysis will help us get a lot of the information of what's viable, what's not. So that's the first important piece. The second piece is that we are also going to be developing guidance to support local governments, to set expectations for local governments and the development community about how this tool will work. And then lastly, section 570.93 also gives the inspector of municipalities the ability to go in and ask for more information from a local government. And so it's not the same as DCC, but they do have the ability to go and get information from a local government if there's issues and bring it to the attention of government.
Member.
Thank you. I think it's really important just to highlight the fact that I'm glad I was able to make the minister laugh there. I think it's really important to highlight the fact that there's so many nuances and things that could change, that it's hard to actually quantify what a deterrent would be. Because especially when you look at, in rural British Columbia, you could have a place like Quesnel that is struggling in the forestry sector right now. So people might make investment decisions on building or not building based on that. It has nothing to do with a development cost charge or an annual or AAC that's brought in as well. And that's why I'm flagging this as it's going to be very hard to quantify. Municipalities will have expectations of what they want to see and what they need. But that doesn't necessarily, in what I'm seeing, match what the government's expectations are. And so that's why I just wanted to try to get a more clear answer of how we quantify, how we gauge, what's the litmus test on this, on where somebody is actually deterring, because how do you compare those, right? If a municipality comes in and says we want to have a development cost charge and AAC of X, and there's no investment taking place, there could be no investment taking place for 20 other different reasons. So how do we compare, how do we figure that out?
Minister.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate the member's point. And Uncle Mike called a second ago, so I appreciate that as well. Yeah, there's a lot of variables. The member's correct. I mean, yeah, it could be local market conditions. It could be interest rates. It could be a whole host of variables that put pressure on projects. So I appreciate that point. What I would say to that is the biggest thing this tool does is create more certainty and predictability. I would say that is the key piece here. It's the reason why we have local governments saying this is helpful to them. It's the reason why we have home builders coming out and saying this is helpful to them, because it creates a level of predictability and certainty. And yes, from community to community, there will be variables as far as what their amenities are needed, et cetera. I take the member's point for that. But knowing up front and having that clarity, I think, is a really important piece that will help to get more housing built in our communities.
And of course, members, please turn off the technology. I don't know, he might turn into a cat or something, we'll see. Member for Parksville, Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. And certainty is something that, of course, is tremendously important. How is that certainty guaranteed, though, when there's regulatory making powers that have been granted to limit the maximum of amenity contributions and the economic analysis for how those are to be determined? If regulation does change for an existing, if a local government has already established their amenity cost recovery plan and regulation comes in that changes the maximum or it changes the business analysis, are the existing plans allowed to continue to function, or are they required to be updated?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We seem to have three different understandings of the question. And so can the member just maybe rephrase that question for us?
Member for Parksville-Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. So the goal of this is all to have certainty. The Minister mentioned that there's going to be economic analysis that will provide some guidance to local governments. That economic analysis can change. It's set through regulation. It's not set through this Act. That same regulation-making power also allows there to be a cap on the limit for these amenity costs charges. And so the question is, how, I guess, one, what does that process look like? But two, if there's an existing amenity cost recovery plan that a local government has put together and the regulations have changed, will the amenity cost recovery plan that Council has enacted be forced to change to reflect the new regulation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I know we're getting into a bit of a hypothetical down the road, but I do think that the member's got a good question. So right now, obviously, with this legislation, it's creating certainty where there's no certainty. So that's, I think, understood. And in the future, if a reg were to change, yes, communities would have to adjust to that. But the whole purpose of this is to create that certainty right now where no such certainty exists.
Member.
Hey, Chair. And I would make the opposite point. I mean, there's tremendous uncertainty right now This bill doesn't eliminate the community amenity contribution policies that we see in communities all over this province that are, in many cases, arbitrary. And now we have a new framework, which I applaud. I think it makes a lot of sense in many respects. But that framework has a lot of the caps and maximums and even the way it's calculated to be determined through regulation. We'll see that when it comes out, that's fine. But the fact that that regulation could at any point change in the future creates the opposite of the certainty that we're trying to seek here. And especially if a local government has to retroactively amend their amenity cost recovery plans based on future regulatory changes, that can have significant impacts to local governments who have set aside dollar amounts for fixed cost items that all of a sudden they could see a lot less revenue for. The last question that I have is, just for clarity, this new power under Bill 46 will enable local governments to collect the costs, potentially, if they set up the plan, for the rezonings that take place under Bill 44. When the development permits take place, it's presumed that this new tool could be used by local governments to collect for that increased amenity cost. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And it would be correct to say that because communities will be pre-zoning to their housing needs reports, that this tool will allow them to collect dollars for amenities because of that change.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you. I delayed because I thought the minister was getting excited that we might move to Clause 2, but I didn't want to quite get there yet. Pretty close. But I just want to, I'm still, if the minister will indulge me with all seriousness here, he keeps saying this brings in certainty. That's the slogan, phrase, whatever you want to use. I'm trying to understand if the minister can quantify that for me, because what I've been hearing so far is I don't see how it brings in certainty, so he can try to do the sales pitch for me here to help me. Because if it's still for the DCCs or ACCs, and I know we're going to get to them in Section 3 and Section 7 and stuff like that. Okay, I do realize we're going to get to specifics around that, but I want to, at this point here, just talk about the certainty before we get into the details of each. Because how is there certainty if it's not mandatory? How is there certainty if there's flexibility in how the municipalities can choose to or not to do this? How is there certainty for a developer if you have two neighboring communities, I'll say Coquitlam and Maple Ridge, let's say, and one charges different than the other? Developers maybe pick and choose now. Like, how does that create certainty in the process? If the minister can explain that to me.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Selling this to this member might be a tough one for me, but I'm going to try my best to try to sell it to him. The certainty comes because we know in the beginning, a proponent coming in the beginning knows what their cost is. So with negotiations, as the member will know, it can go in any direction. The cost can go in any direction. It can be prolonged, sometimes a year or longer, depending on the community. And many proponents, I had a not-for-profit, for example, just recently told me that they went through a process. Actually, I'll share an example from the province. We had a project that went through for housing, for seniors housing, and everything was good, money was there, and then we had some changes. The local government wanted to negotiate additional things, additional parking, additional CACs, and so it created a real uncertainty about whether that project could go forward. And that's with us as a province building low-income housing for seniors. And so that is what I hear consistently from not-for-profits and from the general home building community. And so the certainty comes now is that as we start moving to pre-zoning for housing needs reports, now the certainty comes from people will know their cost in the beginning. They want to come through the door, they know what their cost is. And so that not only does that create a level of certainty, it also creates a level of transparency because everyone now knows this is the cost, this is what is not only the cost, but what it is contributing to. And that is what we've got mayors who've said they want this. Mayor Abbotsford came out, Mayor of Langley has come out, a whole bunch of mayors, Vancouver, they all believe this is helpful for them because it creates a level of transparency, they can do better planning. And then you've got the home builders community, they got the Urban Development Institute, not-for-profit folks who are like, it gives both sides a level of certainty. It doesn't solve all the problems, there's still going to be challenges, no doubt, but there's a level of understanding of what the cost is in the beginning, which creates more certainty for everyone along the process.
Member.
The minister's right, he wasn't able to sell me on it through that answer. I'm still trying to understand where the certainty comes in. And I stand to be corrected, if I understand the minister, municipalities will still be able to go through a negotiation process. And that would take place at the front end, fair enough. But that doesn't give certainty to a developer right off the bat. What it tells me is it gives certainty in the aspect where the municipality knows that when they can go to the community, and once they come to an arrangement or an agreement, it's solidified. Where I'm curious on this is the minister knows I have a little bit of experience in the development side. The question I would have around that then is, can the rules of the game change for a developer? And by that I mean there's many developers out there that are doing multiple projects within a municipality, but they don't necessarily do all of them at once. So if I go in and negotiate, or let's just say the development cost charges that I'm aware of when I make my determination on the investment for the project, and I say, okay, I'm willing to, knowing what my costs are going to be now because that's been determined, negotiate whatever term we want to use. I know that in my building plan that I plan on building 10 complexes. I negotiate the first 2 and I start building because most developers don't go out and borrow the capital up front for all 10. They'll borrow for a few, they'll build, they'll sell, they'll build the next phase, they'll build, they'll sell. How do we determine if the minister wants to talk about certainty? In the example I just said, if I was going to be building 10 units in phases of 2 as I buy and build and sell, can the community change the development cost charges if it's 6 months down the road and I've finished building 2 complexes and I'm going to start the next 2? Do I have to renegotiate what those cost charges will be on the next phase, or will it all be determined on all 10? Do I have to let the municipality know that I'm building 10 over a 4-year phase? Like, I hope the minister understands that there's a lot of nuances that build into this that cannot necessarily bring in certainty for the developer unless the minister's answer is, I would be expected to negotiate my 5-year capital plan on 10 developments all at the up front to try to determine what the development cost charges. I guess that's a long way of saying, can it change through the process, or is the municipality locked in on one determining factor on what the DCCs and ACCs will be?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think first, I guess, confusion is that with this new tool, there's no negotiating. So under the the other models, there is negotiating. With this one, the cost is up front. So that's, I think, the first separation. This one is, there's a set cost in the beginning that you know. The member, I think, touched on another point, which is around in-stream projects. So projects that are in-stream. So I'll refer him to clause 7, 570.91. It says, ensures that new amenity cost charge bylaw does not apply to development projects if an application has been received by the local government by the date the bylaw is adopted. This ensures a development project is not subject to an amenity cost charge that was not accounted for when they're project planning.
House Leader, third party.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just going to maybe ask a couple of questions here around the certainty and predictability. I feel like the ministers kind of used it in two ways. And what I mean by that is that it gives everybody certainty and predictability because we're bringing it in. But really, and then the minister's examples have been that it gives the development community, basically, nonprofits, but the development community mostly gets the predictability and the certainty. But that that predictability and uncertainty doesn't happen if the municipalities don't bring this in, right? So it's still up to the municipality when you take a look at Metro Vancouver, when you take a look at the CRD, it's up to each municipality to do whether they want to bring this bill in or if they want to go with a system that they already have in place. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the member says he fully understands the predictability for the home building community. I think that's what I heard him say. If he didn't, that's okay, I'm sorry. There is predictability for them. There's also predictability for local governments as well. I just wanted to touch on that, which is the Mayor of Langley said the changes proposed by the province help address some of the challenges with our current system, including increasing transparency, speeding up housing approval process. Mayor of Abbotsford. So it's both sides that are saying that this creates a level of certainty for everyone. So this is helping both local governments. It's also helping the home building community, and I don't want to leave it hanging that it's supportive of one over the other. Both can see a benefit from it. But the member's other point is, as we move to having more pre-zoning done with housing needs reports, where communities are planning for the future, the traditional rezoning negotiations for CCs that happen in the rezoning process over time perhaps won't be there for many communities. And so that's why this new tool is there, so that they can, in a predictable way, get dollars they need for the amenities they want to see built in their communities.
Member.
What is the, as the minister looked at what the impact would be if some communities opt in to this and some communities opt to continue going and they're kind of adjacent? There's, you know, one of the issues around the regions and having so many municipalities is the patchwork that can exist.
Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member's question. Right now, not all communities use DCCs, right? And that tool is available to them. And so, you know, it will be available for communities. They can decide, but it just would make sense as we move forward that this tool would make more sense for everyone to have that predictability of the funds for whatever amenities they need.
Member.
For a couple of weeks, we debated a government that chose the tool of unilaterally taking a zone and turning it into something else. Why didn't this government choose to just make this the plan? This is just how communities extract it, rather than arguing that we should have a patchwork because we have a patchwork, because the patchwork doesn't necessarily serve regions very well. When you have a situation, I think it was alluded to here, with 13 zoning bylaws, for an example, and you know the zone in Oak Bay and the zone in Victoria and the zone in North Saanich are different. Similar, named something different, probably arrived to differently. And so you've got this patchwork of policy across the region. The minister's already shown that the willingness to simply create a blanket approach. Why wasn't such a process taken with this?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think the way that this tool is structured, over time, I believe most communities are going to have to use this tool, because communities are going to have to plan, they're going to have to update their OCPs, their zoning to their housing needs. There's going to be anything that's within a community plan won't go through that rezoning process where they normally would negotiate. And so over time, this is going to be the tool that will be used more by local governments. And so that's why we wanted to make this tool available to them. It makes sense. I would expect the majority of local governments are going to shift to this tool just because of the certainty that it creates.
Member.
I think that's a fine and understand the answer. It just doesn't. I guess I'm just asking, trying to get an understanding of the consistency of the government's approach. That's all. Why take an approach where municipalities are forced to achieve something and create a problem in which shortly the place where those local governments would have received some benefit for the improvement of that property or the increase in value of that property, increase of people on that property, and replace it with this system? Why not just say this is part of the package that we have? You get this new SSMU zone and you get this new tool in order to be able to generate revenue for it. And where it's applicable, this tool is applicable, and just make them consistent and connected with each other, because clearly I think that there is a linkage here. It's just everywhere except for in the legislation and the approach that's been taken.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I appreciate the member just kind of said the same thing. And what
members, can we have a little quiet in the House, please?
Shift change. Thank you, Chair. 2 chairs that we've had really enforcing the rules, so I appreciate that. And so the answer is the same as the answer I gave previously, which is I expect most local governments are going to shift to this tool because it makes sense. It makes sense for them, makes sense for predictability, and especially given that they're going to be zoning for their housing needs into the future.
Member.
Thank you. Using the powers that exist for local government now, could they create this tool?
Minister.
No, they could not. There's no authority in the Act to do so.
Member on Clause 1. Different member now. Member for Parksville-Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. So the Minister said that the power is not granted through the Local Government Act or Community Charter that enables local governments to do exactly this. Community amenity contributions are voluntary. I don't like using air quotes in this space. But I don't know if Hansard picks up air quotes, probably not. The power is not afforded to local governments right now, officially through the Act, but that power is already being established. And so the Minister says that this isn't a power they have. It is a power they have because they've been using it and it hasn't been enforced. But to this point as well, the Minister said that this is a power that they may stop using in the future. Is there any intention, whether through the creation of Bill 46 or in general, to eliminate local government's power to be able to do these voluntary contributions through CACs?
Minister.
There's nothing in the bill to do that.
Member.
The question was through the consideration of this act, the development of this act, was there a consideration to eliminate CACs?
Minister.
There was no consideration to touch anything other than create this new tool.
Member.
We've seen in other jurisdictions where DCCs are lower that it can have a direct impact on lowering costs of housing. The example in Canada would be Quebec, which has a very different structure for amenity contributions, where in communities like mine and in Vancouver, you can see costs that are tens of thousands of dollars, or in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars. In Quebec, that number is in the hundreds or the thousands. And we can see that direct correlation to the cost of housing in general. Is there any concern from government by adding costs to the upfront costs to this development that it will then translate directly into increased costs to homebuyers?
Minister.
Thank you. You know, the challenge that certainly I've been hearing from, said not-for-profits or home builders is that negotiation is what's killing projects. It's that unknown of going in on a project and then not knowing what that 1 year of negotiating is going to look like, what that cost will be on the other end. There's a lot of variables that go into whether someone proceeds to build a home, interest rates, market conditions, demand, etc. And so those things will always exist. But I think it's important to note that, and I think most people would agree, that in order for us to have the housing we need, we also need the amenities. So I guess it's a general question the member's asking, but my view is local governments do need dollars for infrastructure, and at the same time, we want to make sure that we can save time and money by putting the certainty in the front, and that also has a benefit for projects to go forward.
Member.
I definitely understand the benefits for a developer or a builder for this. It creates that certainty. The question was, in jurisdictions like Quebec that have much lower DCCs, we see that translate, and it's not just a correlation. There's been studies that I've seen online that link the lower DCCs to lower costs of real estate. And here we are debating a bill that could dramatically increase the costs that developers pay when they build new homes. Those costs then get passed to the people who purchase homes in our community. So the question wasn't, does this provide certainty? I recognize it provides certainty for developers. The question wasn't, is it uniform? The question wasn't, does it provide a structure that can be consistently applied throughout multiple communities? We get that, it does. The question is, we are adding a substantial tax on new home construction, and that cost is going to be passed along. That cost is going to be passed on to home buyers. And so is that a concern that the minister has, that these new taxes that will be put on to these homes are going to increase the cost of homes in British Columbia, or at the very least won't help us lower those costs?
Minister.
Thank you. My belief is, and certainly those that we've engaged with in the home building community, is that having the pieces in regulation in Clause 7 there around the economic analysis, the need to engage, all those pieces create the level of certainty to ensure that the costs are reasonable to ensure that projects can remain viable. And so that's why we built that into the legislation, so it's clear. And with the recognition that if we don't have that infrastructure, we're not going to get housing anyways. And so I would say most people understand that you need that infrastructure to enable that housing, and this is that balance that we find. By putting those provisions in Clause 7, it creates more certainty, more transparency, so that everyone knows what the cost is. Because without this legislation, it's a free-for-all. People can go and talk about whatever they want, they can negotiate whatever they want, and a lot of projects are just done because of that process. And so, so that's why I think this tool is important, because it lays out clearly the requirements for local government, what they need to do in order to get dollars for amenities. It puts the costs in the front end, and it gets rid of that uncertainty that comes with not knowing what's going to happen when you get into that negotiation or how long it's going to take.
Member.
The minister has described very accurately the challenges with community amenity contributions. We see massive community amenity contributions. I'm thinking of one development in my community where we have a policy in Qualicum Beach that the town is a beneficiary of half of the uplift of the value. And so we saw a single family home make a request to put a second home on the property. And I don't remember the dollar amount, but I think it was a couple $100,000 the council received as a part of that voluntary contribution. So the challenge isn't that that this doesn't provide that certainty. It does. The challenge is it's just another layer of tax. We've got our DCCs, we've got our amenity contributions, which will in many communities continue to exist, and yet we've got another layer of tax that's going to be put on the front end, as the minister says. The challenge is that costs on the front end get passed through to the home buyer when they go to buy that home. Reading through the government's own report, the Opening Doors report, it says the preference should be given to means to capture land value through taxation rather than home building. The challenge we have is we have a policy that's going to dramatically add costs on the front end instead of collecting those costs, and we know that the infrastructure costs are real. The cost of maintaining the services in our community, the social, cultural, heritage, recreational, environmental that are outlined in this bill, those are huge costs to local governments. And with the cost escalation that we've seen, whether it's through COVID or just in general, every day those costs are going up dramatically. We know local governments need to collect those costs. My concern and my question that I'm asking the minister, he has pointed out that this adds those costs to the front end, to the developers. The concern that I have is that this is going to dramatically increase the cost of new homes in BC. We know that Clause 7 has that exemption, but when you add costs to the front end, they get passed along to the home buyer. So what consideration has the minister had to try to minimize that impact on new home buyers?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think I answered that question, which is the elements in Clause 7, which ensure that there's economic analysis done. All those variables that I've highlighted already are what gives us more certainty. And not only that, I think it's also important to note that this new tool can only charge for net new. You can't, so, you know, if you've got 5 units and it's coming down, it's 5 units, you can't charge from the tool. You gotta, it's only for the net new portion. So I think the provisions we put in Clause 7 help us get a level of certainty that local governments can have the dollars they need for amenities, but that it's not so much that it deters development. And so we can go over and over again, but it's Clause 7 has got those details.
House Leader, third party.
I think what the interesting, the question, the member from Parksville Qualicum, just in the minister's response talking about net new, I'm wondering what the impact of that is then on how the municipality can recoup for the buildings that are already there, the neighborhoods that were built in the 1960s or 1970s where the infrastructure is diminishing, degrading, and needing to be replaced. So if the contribution that is collected is only going to be on, if it goes from 5 to 10, it's only on the 5 new units. There's still a load that the original 5 are carrying. So I'm just wondering how does this dissuade the local governments from not also having the amenity contributions that they already have in place? The minister hasn't deconstructed the systems that are already in place. They're just adding this new system on top of it. So the fact is that local governments still have all of the costs from maintaining and upgrading all of the infrastructure that's in place. So maybe I'll ask it this way: were there any other models that the ministries looked at other than this amenity? Other than the amenity charge scheme that has been laid out here, were there other systems that were looked at, other jurisdictions that were reviewed, and how was this determined to be the best system?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go backwards to say we did a jurisdictional scan. We looked at other models. We looked at Ontario's model, but it was felt that this was the most effective tool for British Columbia. And the member made a point earlier around why local governments would use this tool. And so I want to say it again for the record. As communities do their housing needs report and start zoning their communities for that need, that rezoning process is no longer there. And so because that rezoning process is no longer there, they're not able to capture the dollars they need for amenities. And so this tool allows them to still capture those dollars because no other tool will be available to them. And so I just wanted to re-emphasize that. Members nodding because he understands. I just wanted to make sure for the record that was clear. And if I can just ask Chair for just a short recess.
Yes, this committee will take a short recess. Thank you. Right, members, we will call this committee back into session. Bill 46, 2023, Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. And already on his feet, which one? Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Chair. I thought we had more time, so I apologize. I think there's another member here that was hoping to continue on these discussions, but the minister mentioned the Ontario model and that wasn't something that was considered. What other jurisdictions were looked at as far as how to equitably charge for both development cost charges and amenity contributions, and why was this model chosen as opposed to others? What is the Ontario model, and what are some other jurisdictions that could be looked at?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for his interest in this. We did do a comprehensive jurisdictional scan. I would say that a lot of the pieces in this are similar to Ontario. That was probably the most closely resembled model. We also considered Halifax and Alberta. We didn't consider Quebec just because they have totally different legal practices. And so we took pieces from different places, but really what we have here is kind of a made in BC solution, because this came from local governments, it came from our home builders community. So we took best practices from different jurisdictions and made it something that works for the communities here in British Columbia.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, and it's a lot of work for staff to be doing that cross-jurisdictional scan, so I appreciate that. The question was, though, that the minister said we're not doing what Ontario did, and I was just wondering what the minister meant by that comment. I have no idea what Ontario is doing with this. I know that's the work that staff is and the minister's led, and so just looking for clarity of what is it that Ontario did that we're not doing.
Minister.
Thank you. I've got the team doing getting the information on different communities and what pieces we've taken in, but I can take another question while we're waiting.
Member.
Teamwork makes the dream work, so that's great to hear. There's provisions in here that require that local governments do not over-collect for these amenities. And of course, there's an uncertainty as far as what grants could become available and future grants that may come in. There's also provisions under different clauses as far as how monies are to be dispersed. What happens when a local government has collected more than they ought to have for an amenity based on grants that have come in or other costs that could have come in to collect against that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. There is provisions in this to allow, if a grant comes in, for the dollars to move to another amenity within that area, within that reserved area. And of course, there's regular report outs of special, and so there is a process that is a pretty transparent process for that to happen if a grant were to come in.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. What is the timing of this bill, both the when this tool becomes available to local governments, but also when the restrictions under Clause 7 that will come in through regulation that will limit what local governments can do with this new tool?
Minister.
At royal assent.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Minister for acknowledging the fact that through this process, housing in British Columbia is going to become even more expensive. the housing minister can chuckle all he wants, but he has acknowledged through this process tonight, not just in this bill, but other bills, that he's allowing an additional tax to be put on, and he says it's bringing certainty for developers. The concern that I have is what we are hearing out in the public. Yes, we're not getting enough housing. I find it very interesting that the minister through this appears to be more worried about the impact to developers rather than the actual people who are struggling to get into the housing market. We are faced with an affordability crisis here in British Columbia. I don't think anybody's argued that. The minister and his government continually stands up and says and acknowledges that they understand life's too expensive in British Columbia. And so one of my concerns again is, can the minister point to a section in this bill? I know we're still on clause 1, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of time left because the minister wants to invoke closure and not let us debate this bill as we should be able to do in opposition to its completion. But can the minister point to a place in this bill that highlights for me, to prove me wrong, and I'm more than willing to be proven wrong, can he point to me, for me, where it says in this bill that this is going to make housing less expensive, that it's going to make it easier for somebody to get into the housing market? Because what I'm hearing from the minister is that we're adding charges, that it's going to be more expensive. Every single person that I know in this field, because of the housing shortage we have, will not come out and tell me that by building more housing it's going to lower the cost when more costs are being added to the developers to build that housing. So I'm just trying to, square the circle here and help the minister out if there's actually an affordability crisis on housing. And I may have missed it. I know it's a municipal affairs bill, not a housing bill, but I may have missed it in here. And I'm not trying to be cute by half here with the minister, but we do need to acknowledge, okay, maybe I'm trying to be cute by a full here, not just by half, because we do need to acknowledge that we're at the very end of a session. We're at the point where we've been talking about how do we make life more affordable for people, and government through the Premier has said, don't worry, we've got this suite of bills that is going to make housing less expensive, to allow people starting out to get into the housing market. What I know, specific to this bill, is that, and Minister, again, can correct me if I'm wrong, if he has some amazing expertise that I'm not aware of in the housing sector, because if you have a brand new housing complex that's being built that has been charged development cost charges or ACCs, that all gets passed on to the purchaser. We all know that. The minister can't dispute that. If a developer has an extra $100,000 in taxes and fees, that project is passed on, plus a profit, because very few developers will build with, they can't borrow money, as we've talked about. They can't get money from a bank unless they can prove that there's at least a return on the investment, so the bank is good for their money. But what that almost instantly does is the other houses in that neighborhood, the value goes up. You could have a 40-year-old house, and I'm making up examples here, but a 40-year-old house that's worth, let's say, $500,000 in a subdivision. You've got an expansion on the subdivision, now development cost charges are put in, and now because of those development cost charges, an equal-size home is now put in there, and it's valued now and sells for about $700,000. Yes, that other house is older. Every scenario that I've seen, that old house goes up in value. So not only is that brand new development harder for a new person to get into, but now that old house, the value's gone up. I don't know if anybody can argue that. We're seeing that take place right around our province right now. Sash North and the Islands just acknowledged his neighborhood. Maybe he's in one of those older houses, though, that just went up in value. I won't. But we're seeing it happen everywhere. And the reason why I'm flagging this is the minister keeps going back to saying that this is bringing in certainty. But we have to remember that he's bringing in certainty for developers, not for families that are struggling to get into the housing market. So before I go to my next monologue with a question at the end of it, can the minister point in this bill where it actually will help achieve affordability for housing for our families?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The member prescribed words that I never said. So I disagree with the premise of his previous statement. What we're saying with this is it creates a level of certainty. If this legislation didn't come forward, communities would have the process that they have, which is right now getting the dollars they need for infrastructure, for amenities, for everything they need, but it's done in a way where there's not as much transparency. There's certainly no certainty or predictability for anybody in the process, because it can be a year, it can be 2 years. There's negotiation. I gave an example of a not-for-profit project that we are funding for low-income seniors. If that's happening to us as a province, and we're providing housing for low-income seniors, it's happening to home builders across the province. And so, let's say if this legislation doesn't come forward, what do we have? We have a system where dollars are being collected, but it's done in a way that does not give us any certainty or predictability. What this tool does is it creates a clear pathway so everyone knows the amenities, the infrastructure they need, but it's done in the front end. Now, why? Because we know that time is money. And so saving that time is very important, because it not only will save time and money, but it also will create a level of certainty that will allow us to get homes built faster. And so, in the end, I assume, well, certainly the member across the way and I hopefully agree that we need more supply in the housing market. And so part of that is to get that certainty. And at the same time, there's certainty for local government so that they know that they can get the dollars for the amenities that they need. So there's a reason why UBCM was asking for this. But there's also a reason why the folks in the home builder community are excited about this as well. Because it's a recognition that we need infrastructure to allow growth in our communities. But at the same time, it creates a level of certainty. I appreciate the member doesn't want to support the bill, and that's fine. But he can't dispute that this creates more certainty and predictability, whether it's coming from the home builder community. And again, UDI, they're in the home building community. They've said that they're encouraged by this legislation, which aims to make development charges more transparent and predictable. Combined with zoning measures announced last week, these are some of the most substantial changes to development approval process in decades. I've read into the record others who talk about how Bridget Anderson, Vancouver Board of Trade, said this new legislation is welcome toward more certainty and clarity that will improve timelines to build housing that we need. And so I've got many of them. I read them into the record earlier. And so I just fundamentally disagree with my friend across the way. Because the opposite of this, if this legislation wasn't there, would be we'd have a system that we have, which is, as we know, doesn't create any certainty or predictability. And what this recognizes is we need amenities for our communities to ensure that we have housing, but we also have healthy, vibrant communities. And so, this is an important piece. It was part of the DAPR review. It was part of conversations that I've been having a long time with local government partners. I certainly don't think the member is suggesting that local governments should not have those dollars, or maybe he's suggesting that the province should fund all of that infrastructure ourselves and that development community shouldn't pay any of it. But we know there's a balance, and that's what we're trying to find a balance on.
Member.
I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone or some weird alter universe here when the minister's standing up and defending businesses, corporations, after they spent the last 5-6 years trying to scare them out of the province. But you know what really upsets me the most of that answer is I thought we were here to actually try to help families, to try to help people who are trying to get into the housing market. I asked a question that said, please show how this will make it better, cheaper, more affordable, opportunities for my kids, the minister's children, so that they will be able to get into a house someday. That's what I was asking. And yes, I understand the purpose of the piece of legislation that's in front of us here that's giving a tool to local government, as the minister's acknowledging. What I also just hope the minister would acknowledge is that the people that are paying the price are actually the families trying to get into the housing market. The minister said that I couldn't put words in his mouth, so I'll let him use his own words on this. And I'm hoping he's going to be at least honest or forthcoming with an answer. Probably shouldn't use the word honest. Forthcoming with the answer. If there are additional costs to a developer to build a property, for whatever reason, and I'll use the example of this piece of legislation, which is ACCs or DCCs, who pays them? Does the developer swallow those costs, or does he pass them on to whoever buys the property after it's finished?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the member started with families, but he ended with developers in his comment. In the end, this is about families. We have got families across British Columbia that can't find a home, that don't have a home available to them. We have families across British Columbia that want a home, but they also want a home that has amenities nearby. Because it's not just about the home. They want to be able to live in a community that's got all these things close to them. We know that with greater certainty and transparency around the costs, we'll be able to get more homes built faster. This is about getting homes for families quicker. That's the work we've been doing with our Homes for People strategy. And so, of course, this is vitally important. Of course, this is vitally important because we're doing this for families. We're doing this for the most vulnerable people in our communities. I shared in committee stage the other day, and I know some people chuckled, but I've got 18 people living in a single-family home in my community. It's not funny. I agree with the member across the way. It's not funny. 18 people. Now, they came to meet with me, and they begged me not to say anything to the city because they said, what will happen if we don't have an opportunity for a home? That's why we desperately need to get housing online. And I'm nervous about saying this next part because I suspect it's going to open another conversation, but we need the private sector to play a role, and we need non-market housing as well. We need both. And so this is what it's fundamentally about. This is why home builders are applauding this. This is why local governments are applauding this, because we know we need to ensure that we have that balance. And if there's not some, I'd like to hear from the members about who they're not, who they are. But we're going to continue to ensure that families have the housing they need. And I think the level of certainty and transparency that comes with this, because we know if this didn't exist, we know what already is there. And so this creates a level that is being applauded by everyone.
House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you. I recognize that there's various conditions that need to be met in 5 through 570 that could largely impact this, but has there been some modeling done, some selected communities, plug in some numbers, just to get a sense of how much these amenity costs could in communities around the province? Like, is there any way to understand the potential impact? Because, I on the face of it, I mean, I absolutely agree with the minister, even though, the last couple of weeks, depending on how you viewed it, depending on how you looked at the debate, you might be able to think that we don't agree on this. I think we do, that the private sector and nonprofit. The debate that I've had with the minister has been about scale and scope. That's been what the debate's been about, and where the focus should be. The claim that's been made is that we need to get homes for people, we need supply. I have a challenge with the type of supply that's being built. I want to make sure that these market homes are going to be largely coming out of this process that we're talking about here that this bill will impact. How much on a home is going to be the result of Bill 46?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Communities have to go through a big process still, identifying what amenities they need, putting it through, doing an economic study, doing all those things. So it's hard to project what that will be. Some communities are growing faster than others, and so there's so many variables involved that it's hard to say. Again, I want to emphasize that if this legislation didn't come forward, communities would still be getting those dollars. And so I know maybe that's not what the member's saying, but the point is still the same. It's because the variables involved, it'll vary from community to community.
Member.
Just because it's different in different communities, this bill was created with a set of parameters. And depending what is put into those parameters, you're going to get an output. And it's going to be the amount that this Bill 46 costs a development, or costs the customers in that. Cost is added to the product that's produced from this process. It seems to me to be quite remarkable that we would come up with all of 570.3, 570.4, 570.5, 0.6, all the way through, creating the parameters for it, and then not run some basic numbers to determine how much money is going to be generated out the back end of that. Because the minister has said, look, we need to be making sure, and I agree with this, this was a huge part of the discussion that we had during Bill 44 debate, was that there's costs, infrastructure costs. I agree. I think that this model is a good model, and I think that one of the weaknesses with the approach of this, frankly, isn't the model. It's the fact that the government didn't say we need to streamline these models and make them consistent across. One of the ways to really strengthen the argument of consistency and certainty and predictability is to create consistency, certainty, and predictability across the province by creating a tool. There's not been a good reason given that we can't just have a single tool that helps municipalities generate revenue for all of the things that they need rather than the very specific piece that's been selected here. So it's kind of hard to believe that the people who drafted this did it and didn't understand what the potential impact on the cost of a development will be. Either the government doesn't know it, we haven't done the modeling, or they don't want to put the number out there attached to this. But it seems to me to be an impossible scenario that there hasn't been some just basic choices made, put them in a model and see what a potential outcome could be.
Minister. Thank you, Chair. As I highlighted, there's just so many variables involved, so it's hard to do a calculation of this kind. But I think it's fundamentally important to say two things and maybe re-emphasize this thing. If this tool didn't exist, local governments would still find a way to get the revenue. The difference between this tool and that is this tool ensures that it goes to an amenity. My friend from Parksville highlighted that there are some communities that use that negotiation process for general revenues. It goes to costs that's not even the amenity, it just goes to help with the bottom line. And what we're saying with this tool, and the reason why it creates that certainty, is that what we're shifting to is you have to identify what amenities you need to lay it out, you need to have a bylaw, it creates certainty on the front because people know what the cost is, and it's going to an amenity in the community. It's benefiting the community directly on the ground, and it's not going to general revenues. So if this tool didn't exist, and people can say, we don't want to support it, what exists now is not helping. There's a cost associated with that as well. And so this is not adding a net new cost, because those costs are being recovered anyways by local government for whatever amenity that they need. In fact, many are using it for general revenues as well. And so I appreciate what the member is saying. I'm just saying that this creates more certainty for everyone involved. And certainly in the end, we want to get housing for people, for families who need it. And this helps us do that and get the amenities that we want built.
Member.
I think that we're saying almost the same thing all the way through to the end, with the exception of all I'm trying to understand is what the impact is. I'm not trying to find out what the impact of this is to then have it threaten this approach. I'm simply trying to understand what the potential impact that this has on a home that's being developed. Because ultimately that's what, when we're talking about needing more homes, we need more homes that people can afford, right? And so, I think that having an understanding of how much the infrastructure costs are, and then having a tool that is going to be able to produce that, and streamlining that tool so that there isn't both this and the DCCs and the other, that could still delay it. I don't. What I'm worried about in terms of the certainty and the predictability narrative that the minister has been talking about so much is that you can't guarantee that predictability and certainty because the community could continue to do what it's already doing plus this.
Minister.
I appreciate what the member's saying and his comments, and I agree with a lot of it. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of variables that are involved that it's hard to come to a precise number, given that every community is different. They're all growing at different rates. And what I would go a step further, I would actually argue that this will be more cost effective. This will actually lower costs. Because right now, what we have is local governments using the negotiated process to get more dollars, not only for amenities, but also for general revenues. Not all, but many. And so what we're saying now is it has to be tied to amenities. So if the amenity was going to get built through the negotiation, it's going to get built through this tool. The difference is with this tool, it won't be going to general revenues, it'll be going to the amenity that the community needs.
Member.
I think I accept the answer. Unfortunately, what's outlined here in 570 is not, or in 570.1, those are not all of the amenities or they're not all of the costs that are associated with development, or they're not all costs that are related to a development necessarily. There's a bunch of other costs. And so, part of the going to general revenue narrative at the end, one thing that we know for sure is that local governments have to produce a balanced budget. They have to produce an audited statement at the end of it. They've got to show their numbers. They can't mess around with those numbers, and if they do, they're in real trouble. So even if we do use the argument, well, it goes into general revenue, in the end, that local government uses it to offset the costs of running a municipality, whether it's in general revenue or whether it's going to a public square, right? And I think of all of these things, a public square, that's so great because that's a place for people to come together and talk about their community and celebrate with each other. I think those are cool things. But what's outlined here through these amenities is not the full costs that, or they're not the full set of things that local governments need to be able to maintain or purchase and maintain and upgrade. So with respect to what the minister says is, without adding the full suite of things that a municipality needs in order to be able to operate and maintain, it's actually encouraging the Bill 46 plus approach, which say we're going to do Bill 46, we're going to generate the revenue through that, and we're also going to have this other thing, the air-quoted approach that our friend from Parksville Qualicum was talking about earlier, right? The air quotes, we're just going to have this other process that's a negotiation. So was there any concern that because this is such a limited list in 570, that it just encourages the municipality to have another process? Because admittedly in this process, you haven't taken those cleanly away. You've said we'd prefer you to use what's up in the amenities here, but you can still have this other system.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And there was a lot of agreement, and I think I really appreciated the member highlighting that, yes, the housing is critically important. That's what we need. But it's also, we need those other things as well to ensure that we have vibrant, healthy communities. And so the staff wanted me to just read this process into the record as well, just to emphasize, in order to implement the amenity cost charge, local governments will need to do a few things. Identify areas where more housing supply is planned based on official community plans and planning documents, and what amenities are needed to support that supply. Amenity cost charges would apply to new development in those areas. They will next need to determine the amenity cost charge amounts following the rules set out in legislation, Section 7. Then consult on development of the amenities and charge rates, and then pass bylaws that implements the charges. So it's not a simple process of just saying, hey, we're going to add this, we're going to add this. They have to go through a comprehensive process, and that's good. I think local governments want that transparency with the public knows what's coming as well.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. Well, we established earlier that the development cost charge piece will still have to go to the Inspector of Municipalities for review and to make sure everything's on the up and up with those calculations. And those calculations are very, very complicated. And I've been in the midst of them. We would do it every 2 years in Kamloops, and you would bring the development community in, the builders and that. And you'd go through all the projects and you'd figure out what your assist factors are for roads and parks and try to keep them competitive with neighboring jurisdictions, and you would go back and forth on whether or not potential infrastructure grants could, if it was deemed to be 40% paid by growth and 60% of a $10 million road paid for by existing residents, and you happen to get an infrastructure grant for $5 million, does that get split 60-40 as well, or does it all go against the 60% and growth has to pay their full 40%? All of those goes into those negotiations. You then send your list of projects and the costing of those projects based on growth rates, based on OCP planning, off to the Inspector of Municipalities, and they review. And they say everything seems on the up and up. You can implement. The Minister has said that on the community amenity charges, there isn't that oversight. The Minister said that, well, they just have to follow the list of what's allowed or not. Can the Minister explain how, yes, the list is different, but it will be just as complex to come to costing, come to pricing, come to that split between growth and existing residents, all of those things, when there's not an oversight body to review that and say this is fair and reasonable, versus a municipality just saying, yes, we have the right to implement this, and we are deeming it to be 100% growth related, so therefore 100% of that amenity has to be charged. How do community and how do the development community have any oversight with this if the Inspector of Municipalities is not responsible for the reviewing of this? In fact, no one is, according to the Minister earlier on in this debate.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First off, there's public reporting on all the funds. That's an important piece. The Inspector of Municipalities does review those funds. If there's issues that have arisen, that comes to government. So there is still an oversight ability for this and a system to ensure that dollars that are being collected are going for the right purpose.
Member.
Sorry, earlier I was very clear with the minister. I asked specifically if the Inspector of Municipalities would be the person that municipalities would send their community charge to. And the minister made it very clear that no, they would not need to do that. Is the minister now saying that in fact they actually do? Because this, I think, highlights why this should have been a municipal affairs bill all the way through in the first place. But it would be nice if we could get definitive answers for municipalities out there, given that we're going to have closure on this bill anyways, in terms of what the actual important pieces like this would be in terms of whether or not they have to do that.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The member asked me, does it need to go to the Municipal Affairs Inspector for approval? I said it does not need to go to the Inspector of Municipalities for approval. What I'm saying here is that when the funds are collected, they have to go to specific accounts. There's public reporting of that. I'm saying that the Inspector of Municipalities does review those accounts, and if there's issues, it can come to government directly. It's two different things.
Member.
Well, I wasn't asking whether or not the money would go into a separate bank account, like a water or sewer utility does anyways. What I was asking was about review, and if there's no review, what is the process for somebody to adjudicate whether or not the charges are actually fair or not and reasonable or not when it comes to this new scope? Because if it did have to go to the Inspector of Municipalities, you've doubled their workload. If it doesn't need to go to them, how do developers, builders, just people that want to build something, if you want to build a sixplex on your personal family lot, you're going to have to pay these charges. What's the recourse for that person? To go to the government and say, how was this approved through the city and who signed off on it on the provincial end? Not who checked the bank account, who actually approved the whole amenity charge piece in the first place.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So what the Inspector of Municipalities reviews with DCCs, that entire part is put straight into this legislation. Clause 7 lays all of the things that the Inspector of Municipalities would review, comes straight into the legislation. This process is actually more public, it's more transparent, because bylaws need to be passed. And so what clause number 7 does is create standards or requirements to ensure consistency and clarity for local governments, development industry, the public regarding amenity cost charges and how they are set and applied. So, sorry, it's going to be a little bit longer. Requiring local governments to identify the areas and amenities for which the charges will apply in those areas ensures that there's a connection between where growth is anticipated to occur in the community, the amenities that are needed to support that growth, and who is anticipated to benefit from those amenities. Example, developers, new residents who will live in the development, etc. Requiring local governments to take into account considerations like capital costs of all amenities, whether the charges will deter development, and allocate costs between existing and new users ensures there is a rigor to the process of determining charges. This approach reduces the potential impact of charges on development viability to help prevent against development being deterred, and helps ensure costs are allocated between new development and existing users who benefit from new amenities. This also establishes checks and balances in the framework through regulation-making authority for the Lieutenant Governor and Council to adjust or limit charges, prescribe specific analysis that must be undertaken in setting charges, prescribe standard method for allocating capital costs and amenities between existing users in the community and new users, and set the amount of portion of costs attributed to existing users that local government must subsidize. So, what we're saying is the things that the Inspector of Municipalities, the powers the Inspector of Municipalities has, is now worked in directly into this legislation, and all of that needs to be considered when local government moves forward and does it in a very public process.
Member.
Thank you. Well, again, that is fundamentally different. I take the Minister with his answer there, but that is fundamentally different than how the Minister characterized things at the very front end of discussion on this. And again, I keep going back to the complexities of development cost charges and community amenity agreements, because the framework, as the Minister just said, is the exact same, which creates the same complexities. The project name and what the project is might change. One thing might be a community center, whereas a development cost charge, it's a water main. But complex nonetheless when you get into the calculations, how it's based on growth and how it's based on development and who should pay what portion or not. I would also point out that earlier on, the Minister with development cost charges, very early on, said police services and fire services. That's a much different scenario for a development cost charge than police capital and fire service capital. And so I certainly do hope, we certainly won't have time before closure of this bill to get into that, but I certainly do hope it's capital that's being discussed, and the Minister misspoke yet again, and it was actually not service, because operational dollars certainly should not be funded by growth. But when you look at the amenity charge, which is going to be brand new, the fact there's no cap set out by the government on this, the fact that you have it needing to tie in with growth plans, when you actually start to equate what Bill 44 will mean to a city in terms of the densification of single-family neighborhoods up to 210 units per hectare on transit routes that have 15-minute service, what that will do is if you have a 2 or a 3% growth rate projected with your interim housing report, you would try to target that growth into certain areas so that you only had to expand a water main and a road into the one area. What's going to happen now with official community plans, they may show 3% growth, but it's going to be spread out over the whole city in a disproportionate way without a targeting, which means your development cost charge bylaw is going to have to be a better reflective of a 6 or a 10% growth rate to be able to properly service those areas. Same with the community amenity charge.
Honourable members, it being 9:40, pursuant to the time allocation order adopted by the House earlier today, The committee will now proceed to finalize clause-by-clause consideration of Bill 46, Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. In accordance with the time allocation order, I will now put the question on all remaining clauses of the bill. Members, a division on the remaining clauses and the title cannot be called, but in accordance with practice recommendation 1, members may request to indicate passage on division. With that, we will proceed. Shall clause 1 pass? Okay. They can, yes? Nay. Member for... On a point of order. On a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Given that the minister speed read the motion in, I think it would serve the public very well if we can get a very clear description by the clerk or the chair as to why, despite the opposition winning the no vote because the government failed to have enough members in the House for their own closure, that the government has made sure that democracy really didn't matter tonight because the government's motion made sure that the government assured themselves of a bill passing regardless of what a vote might actually be in this chamber.
Okay. Number 2, sub A, if at 9, do I read the whole thing? Number 2, all remaining stages of consideration of Bill 46, intituled Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023, be disposed of by 9:45 on Wednesday, November 29th, 2023. If Sub A, if at 9:40 p.m. the bill is still being considered at committee stage, the chair shall forthwith put any remaining question to complete the consideration of the bill without further amendment or debate, which shall be deemed passed and which shall not be subject to a formal division call, but which may be taken in accordance with practice recommendation number 1.
So ordered on division.
Clause 1 has passed, so ordered on division. Shall Clause 2 pass?
On division.
Clause 2 has passed on division. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Clause 3 passes on division. Shall Clause 4 pass? Clause 4 passes on division. Shall Clause 5 pass?
Clause 4, so ordered.
Clause 5 passes on division, so ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? Clause 6 passes on division, so ordered. Shall Clause 7 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 8 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 9 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 10 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 11 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 12 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 13 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 14 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 15 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 16 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 17 pass? So ordered on division. Shall Clause 18 pass? So ordered on division. Shall the title pass? So ordered on division. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move the committee rise and report bill complete without amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion's carried on division. This committee is adjourned.
Here.
The Committee on Bill 46 reports the bill complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Now, Chair.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill number 46, Housing Statute Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Division has been called. Members, the question is third reading of Bill 46, Housing Statutes Development Financing Amendment Act 2023. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Those who oppose, please rise or indicate. Thank you. Please be seated. And now we will connect with members online. Madam Clerk.
Emily Ashton.
I vote nay.
Thank you. Emily Chen.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Minister Kang.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Emily Routley.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Emily Sandhu.
I vote aye.
Those voting aye: Chandra Herbert, Sims, Coulter, Lower Malcolmson, Bear, Kang, Heyman, not Heyman, Cullen, Baines, Dean, Bailey, Mercier, Rar, Russell, Rutledge, Rice, Leonard, Chow, Arsing, Whiteside, Farnworth, Callon, Sharma, Dix, Robinson, Fleming, Alexis, Rankin, Ralston, Simons, Elmore, Glumac, Routley, Yao, Donnelly, Anderson, Chant, Sandhu, Dykeman, Padden, Begg, Chen, A. Singh, and Walker, 44. Those voting nay: Dirksen, Millibar, Stone, Falcon, Bond, Halford, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Peyton, Davies, Klobuchar, Morris, Kylos, Sturko, Merrifield, Lee, Watts, Stewart, Shapitka, Ashton, Sturdy, Letnick, Taggart, Firstnell, Olson, Rustad, Banman, 28.
Motion carried. Members, Bill 46, Housing Statute Development Financing Amendment Act 2023 has been read third time and has passed. Members, before we adjourn the House, I also would like to state this, that earlier today, the member for Peace River South raised a point of order stating that the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure used unparliamentary language during question period. I took that matter under advisement. Pursuant to practice, speakers have ruled that if the chair did not hear the offensive language or phrase, or if the offensive language was not recorded in the debates, the chair cannot be expected to rule in the absence of a reliable record. In this instance, I did not hear any such remarks. Also, a careful review of the Hansard Blues and broadcast video has been undertaken, but no unparliamentary remarks are captured in either Hansard record. Therefore, I advise the House that I cannot take any further action on this matter. Government House Leader.
Let the House now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.